I think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
Apparently the diffuse time is 7.5, apparently it's not, because it was 7.53.
Welcome back.
The question is Bertrand here? Okay, would like to ask a question that is very
I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time that someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. To know it's worse, I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. No, no, I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time that someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a banger between G2 and Empire. Hap, it's like you're addicted to being wrong.
Normally I'm right, actually, I have to say. But I gladly take this one. It was a very good matchup. We saw a lot of crazy things happen. And I think Empire really played this out well. And I even said to Jess beforehand, this might be giving them the extra flame, right? There's something in there. And it just got ignited today.
I think it's important to really talk about Empire this game, not so much about G2, and that's an emphasis I really want to make because we started off saying that there was a huge rivalry between these two teams. I highlighted very succinctly that last time they went head-to-head in Stage 2, they played on this exact map. Empire thrashed them 7-2. Guess what? They come in today, they show that they're not afraid of G2 and that they bring them all the way to max OT, and they win based off mere milliseconds. So good on them. I think they did a smashing job, and they looked a lot more collected today. So that is the storyline, I think, for today, is the Empire.
It is.
They pick themselves back up off the bottom of the leaderboard. Now they put Secret into the dirt, and they're slowly climbing their way back up, I think.
And I just want to quickly say, it should have been a 7-4 for Empire if it wasn't for these crazy clutches of G2 to happen the entire time. So G2 got really lucky managing to make it to overtime, I have to say. So, you know, Empire could have gone away with the 3 here today if G2 wasn't as lucky.
Yeah, we're going to have to dig a bit deeper into these two teams once our next Playday rolls around, because Trainhard plays against Empire. That's April 19th, so next Monday. And G2 plays BDS. So maybe there is something to look at for those games. Empire today definitely looked great. But we saw Consulate, we're excited because it's already G2 Empire, two behemoths of EUL over the past 2.5 years. And now they're taking one another to Consulate, a map historically fantastic for both of these teams, always so close on it. And here they are today. Empire victorious at the end of the day by mere milliseconds. We'll have to see how they fare and if they can actually continue on with this experience over the next few days. The final ones in Stage 1. Man, time really does fly, huh? So, after the break, though, Jess Hap will be back with our analyst desk to talk about BDS versus Rogue. Can BDS recover after their loss versus Na'Vi, their first one in the league, or will Rogue continue to pounce on yet another team? We'll see that after the break.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League. It's Playday number 6 with BDS versus Rogue. BDS losing to Navi in our last Playday. Will they recover today? They've had a couple of losses over the past week, past few days. We're gonna have a chat about that. And Rogue on the up and up, demolishing Team Secret 7-1 in EUL. Hap, Ace, my beautiful friends, you're back on the analyst desk. So how would we talk about the big story with this? Because last time BDS Rogue, at least the first time they played last year in EUL Stage 1, that was Rogue stopping BDS in their track.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. It was a memorable match. It's not often that you see BDS beaten on Oregon. It's, something that is going to have to be, replicated going forward, essentially.
It's indeed going to be promising signs for a good match, right? Because it shows that Rogue is very good at counter-strutting BDS, at least back then. We don't talk about Stage 2, where they lost 2-7 to them. But it is going to be a good one, for sure. Like, especially with Rogue with this uplift and BDS kind of, stagnating out. It's going to be a good one.
Gotta be a good one indeed. We got many more game running fantastic today. BDS, Rogue, Navi, Vitality, and Cowana Secret. If you ask me, there's a lot to look at. Keep both of your eyes open. Cowana answer. That's another.
Stop.
Look. No. I studied for 6 years in university to be an optometrist just to make these jokes. So finally, it's paying off for me, Hap, as an esports host. So there it is, BDS versus Rogue. Let's take a look at BDS and their roster right now. Considered number 2 in EU. Oh, we don't have. Okay, so BDS and their rosters: Shaiko, Rencho, Rafal, Elems, and Playday. What a squad! What players! But they lost to Train Hard in 6 Cup. What is going on?
They did indeed. Are you going to read out the stats as well whilst I'm busy? No, right? Okay. No. Anyway, they did lose indeed, and then the question, the age-old question comes in: how much pressure is BDS putting down onto the national program? Because they are looking to go for a top finish in EUL. You don't want to give away too much, and maybe they try to play with a more limited strat book, hoping to hide as much as they can for a potential SI. So how much are you going to be weighing into that? Nonetheless, they lost against Navi. They are bleeding, and they need to make sure that stops, because the only way they will be able to reach that number 1 spot is by winning literally every match from here and forward, and hope Navi leaves some points. So that is what they're looking up against.
Hap trying to apply the G2 strategy of saving strats until SI to BDS. I want to see how that translates into game. But Ace, their opponents, it is Rogue, and they're moving up in the world. Ace's Corey rips Leon and crying. Full German with Leon, British. You can say the Queen is German anyway, so it kind of fits.
I mean, looking at Rogue, you could be forgiven for thinking that it was all about Playday 1 and we saw them come in and struggle, but boy, have they improved week on week. And you've got to, more importantly, remember now that they are right at the end of a 4-game win streak in EUL since that first day loss. They've won every game since, and they are just looking to continue that. For me, they are meeting BDS at just exactly the right time. They've found their groove the last week or two. They've really been winning convincingly. In terms of the roster itself, obviously, Leon has been going fantastically well. For me, it's not a bad thing that he's getting the kills. He's getting a lot of kills. He's over 40, but they need to be careful because as many of them come on attack as does defense. And the problem there is that Leon's playing hard support. And if he's putting himself into risky positions potentially, as a Thermite, as a hard breach, it could be a problem for Rogue. Won't necessarily, but could be. Rise, trying. They've had a good start. Could do with maybe a little bit more, and that might just take the pressure off Leon when it comes to the kills.
Just trying to get on to map info here. So we don't have our graphics to pull up, unfortunately, but which 2 players did you 2 have for the head-to-head, since you already have everything ready in a wonderful Excel sheet that Excel sheet go brrr, as Ace would say.
It certainly does. Our head-to-head was Playday versus Leon, so I've already mentioned Leon a little bit there, but as I say, over 40 kills, 6 plants, which is as many as Playday, and for me, he looks more like Playday last season than Playday himself does this season, and that's why we've brought these 2 up in the head-to-head.
Yeah, what I said about Playday was like he has been functioning as the solid backline right now for BDS and not as the solution to everything that he was during stage 1, especially last year. Like when we saw 2020 stage 1, it was Playday season. We called it support season because Playday was literally doing everything. He was clutching, he was entry fragging, all as the support. But now he's playing more as the actual support, right? He's no longer doing the job that he did before because the rest of the team is really starting to show up. Rafal and Shiro, Elems and Shaiko all picking up so many kills as well. So Playday can just chill back at the side. He can wait. He can get that plant down, make sure that the timer is in their favor. He can sit back, toss some smoke canisters, just make sure that the timer is in their favor at every single given moment.
2020 was definitely the year of Playday. There's a reference for maybe some of the SC2 fans out there, the year of Hearthstone, as they used to call it, that never actually materialized. For any Dutchies as well that are very burned by that reference. But
don't bring up our esports history. We don't have much.
What do you mean? Team Liquid is a Dutch org.
That is true. That is true. That is very true.
So there you go. Wilhelmus van Nassau en ik Duitsenblut, right? So
we're gonna, van Duitsenblut, yes.
Yeah, we're gonna relearn our broken German as we go on. This is the description of Dutch. Our lobby is almost ready, but we can talk about the maps because I will narrate them to you. So the bans are Rogue banned first. They removed Cafe, BDS removed Chalet, then Villa, Oregon, Coastline Clubhouse, and Rogue pick, the last one is Consulate, so we'll go to Consulate. Let's see who goes first on Consulate, on which side.
Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one.
I mean,
so Consulate, go ahead.
About Rogue versus Vitality on Consulate. That's not too dissimilar from what they're going to face here. It's another French team. It's, not too dissimilar in terms of play style. That could be an interesting game, this one.
It's Rogue on defense starting side.
That might help them out, actually. I mean, Consulate is heading more towards that little bit of a split, 50-50 even in terms of one round. So, it's not like as important as it would be for Villa, for example.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's still going to be giving you that little edge, and that little edge might be what you need to beat who many might still consider the top dogs of the league in terms of consistency over the board. So, it is good. Oh, I'm really excited for this match. I just want to get going. I want to see it. I want to make clips. I want to see all right, let's go. Let's see Shaiko run in and make some crazy kills, but be caught off by aces and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm ready for it. Living for it.
Can't wait for it. After Rogue got demolished by Cowana in our very first Playday, we kind of said, you know what, this is going to be a rough time. But ever since Rogue beat Vitality 8-6, smashed VP 7-2, beat Empire 7-5, smashed Secret 7-1. Today, this is kind of the big trial for Rogue. And if they can cause a dent or defeat BDS today and even take them to OT, that would be a huge deal, Ace.
It would, certainly, and I think, trial is the exact right words there, Milosh. This is the point now. This is make or break. This is Rogue staking their claim, or we can start looking back at those other games for a little bit of context and say, well, they were against teams that were struggling, and I don't think that's going to be the case. I think what they've done is do a fantastic job of building Rogue up to this point and giving them the confidence that they need, but also giving them the time that they needed for that coaching staff to really be able to work this magic.
Yes.
And I think that's the point that we're starting to see Rogue at now. I don't want to curse this one. It's Consulate again.
My team so far have 100% lost
another
today.
Massive game here after following on from G2 Empire. I really do.
What's the definition? I mean, the Americans call it a barn burner, Ace, but what do you call it?
I've never had anything. I call it a humdinger.
Yeah,
I know you love a humdinger. I've got a few different ones.
It's my favy. It's my favy.
Oh my god, this starts.
What are some other ones like humdinger in English? In English.
A screamer, maybe. I mean, you've got the typical. We've got a banger. We've got. There's nothing really that lives up to the levels of humdinger. There's
a slobber knocker. Yeah. So there's something. This, by the way, Ace is actually 350 years old. When I asked Ace and Des, do you guys know what a penny farthing is? Ace is like, of course I do. I ride around my penny farthing all the time. It's a bicycle with a big, front wheel that's round and big, and then the back one is nice and small. Like, okay, well, thank you very much, Ace. Now you solved all my problems, and I know 1800. So that's all I needed. Thank you, Ace.
I went to the shop this morning on it.
Just pop in the shop for some milk.
To pick up my telegrams. I've got to stay current.
Do you have a license for that penny farthing, Ace? Show me the license for it. So there it is, preparing. By the way, you can tell we're kind of waiting on for our game. But Ace, something you mentioned that I wanted to talk about last week. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time. Is to talk about the effect of coaching staff on Rogue. This is something you and I contested with Jess on Friendly Fire, and Meepy over the weekend talked about it and said, yeah, it's been very important for us to come in and give our players direction because they're good. That's not the question.
It's not just Meepy. It's also Arcuf, Bernadette. Like, they have a huge coaching staff behind him now.
Yeah, that's true.
They've all had a very noticeable impact, and I think in our head-to-head, Milos, we arrived at a similar destination via different methods. Really, it was maybe what impact they've had. We've maybe discussed differently, but ultimately, I think they've been affecting many areas. And like I said, particularly Meepy coming on. If we look at him specifically, the point that I made was how much he's going to have freed up time for Arcus, and that's going to have allowed them to work more quickly on fixing problems that come along. And that's what we've seen, this rapid development from Playday to Playday. Whereas if you've just got one person trying to do all that work and trying to keep on top of the VOD reviews and the strat building and everything else alongside it, it's very difficult then to actually fix the stuff that was going wrong as well. And so it has definitely given them that capacity, and you can really see it in action. And I know, Hap, you had a chat with Bernadette as well, and there's been all sorts of stuff going on there at Rogue.
There is a lot going on.
A lot going on. We will talk about it, though, after the game. Thank you, Hap. Ace. I'm so sorry, but our lobby's finally ready, and Jess is getting angry, and you don't want an angry Jess. Trust me. Let's toss it then to our casters. Thank you again. BDS versus Rogue goes to Consulate. Who's collecting their visa at the end of the day? I hope it's just me and Jess. Let's toss it to your casters. Just to chew. I choose you.
Thank you very much, Milos. You say that you don't want to deal with an angry Jess. Well, I've got to talk to her now for the next 45 minutes through what is no doubt going to be a screamer of a game, and hopefully she doesn't get too angry at the players. I'm keen to see what her thoughts are going to be. Of course, BDS, a team that have made Constant look like their playground in the past. Rogue, who, although have had a real glow-up, it started with an incredibly messy game on Consulate against Vitality. You look at this on paper, you're giving it to BDS, I think, but Rogue, there's something in the water, Jess. They're looking better and better every single week.
I mean, look, their recent results on this particular map, I throw it all the way back to October. They've only had two playings of it, and they won both of them. But it was against Vitality, and then in relegations against M&M, they won Consulate as well. So they've beaten less fearsome teams to gain that 100% win rate over these past few months. But BDS, they beat Tebra, they beat Na'Vi, and I think the only team to beat them was G2. So overall, you're really looking at maybe BDS, edging out, especially when you look at round differential, edging out on the strength here on this particular map. 2 attacking bands will come through. It's Thatcher, it's Nomad. The jump out possibilities will be endless, especially when you think about Rogue and the kind of aggression they've been bringing lately.
You speak of the aggression, it's kind of been their trademark in a way. I would wager somewhat their attacks are actually quite structured, but their defenses has definitely relied on individual members. Aces being the one that I lean to, who is now back on form in the last 2 or 3 play days, as being the one who will plant his feet and quickly pick up a 3 or a 4K at any given moment. It can be quite a terrifying prospect, but you aren't against a team that aren't going to shoot back here. You're against BDS, a team of 5 gunners who are more than happy to shoot back at a moment's notice. The Maestro being banned away, we've already saw what Uno pulled off with that in the last map. That Alder does indeed go the whole way through and guns down 5 people seemingly in a whole clip, but I can guarantee you he did reload on his rotate up yellow stairs. Either way, let's get into it then. Those are our bans. Lots of util taken off the board, or info, sorry, taken off the board. The Nomad also gone. The Thatcher we spoke about a good number of times. Just bet the question, Jess, are we going to see much coming in the way of denial for the downstairs site at some point?
Well, I'm going to backtrack just a little bit because I did want to speak about that Maestro ban just a tiny bit there because it isn't a usual ban, but the reason it's so important is the counter ban towards BDS. They will run that 9 times out of 10 on almost every single site, and when they don't have it, they replace it with a mirror. So that's what I want to see when we get onto the defensive half of BDS. How do they make up for that? There's not a Valkyrie. They run Valkyrie as a composition. They run Maestro as a composition. And otherwise, they need the mirror to work with. So they've really kneecapped them here. And I think these are good bans from Rogue. We'll see how they start on this particular side because, I mean, that aggression, bringing out that Rook makes me think they want to be peeking out the windows.
You want some wild ideas from what we saw in APAT this week, chat? We saw a team bring along the Rook. They left one armor plate inside of the box and they put it in the corner of meeting in the southwest corner. So when a team would go in to try and plant in the default spot, instead of planting, they would pick up a Rook armor plate. It was a interesting idea that never really came to light. I think the intent was never really to plant in that room in the first place, but a creative idea. And as soon as I saw Corey bringing it along, I was like, surely we're not stepping into that kind of game today.
Well, Rips will be the one that's using all of his might to be able to open up some rotates above, and all of the hatches will be opened up to him as well. And actually, it was Rogue who used Oryx to really great effect one time on this exact side. It happened to be Aces or... I believe it was Leon who did it last time, and this was last year, so they're trying to bring it back into fashion, and Corey will hear the Claymore go down outside the jump out. God, you were so lucky to miss that tiny bullet straying through the yellow window, and the first victim, it will be a Lems, and this is what I mean. You're bringing over these 1.5s. I mean, no more ACOGs left for the Rook or the Doc, but it doesn't matter. They're just as powerful.
I'm going to give a shout out to Snurrelay from the Nordic casting, or from the Nordic region, one of the casters there, who first coined this as Duck the first time I casted the Nordics. And I was like, Duck? And he was like, yeah, Duck and Rook. It's really popular here in the Nordics. And I was like, oh, really? Have not seen it in a long time, but here it's starting out well, finding the opening kill onto a Lems as well. Playing on the Habana, something that normally you'd assume you'd see Shaiko on with a Lems playing the soft destruction. But clearly, Shaiko has said, I will allow you to play my main operator just for today only.
Well, Leon's going to buff up the Oryx, who's taking a little bit of HP off, getting those rotates. Damn, Corey getting out alive from there. That seems almost impossible. And Shaiko, he makes his aggression over towards Yellow. Leon goes down as a result. And you're looking at the Doc with a couple of stim pistols left in pocket going down. Crucial utility, if you ask me, but we're getting down to the halfway mark. 1 down from BDS, 1 down from Rogue, and there's all yet left to play with.
Well, it's definitely started explosive with both Leon and Shaiko springing into action. Does remove that Dark away. You did think I still have one more stim left, I think, which would have been handy for Coria after the absolute peppering that he took inside Bathroom. No doubt that armor plate doing a bit of work to make sure that he's still alive and on the field here. 4 versus 4, 75 seconds to play. Still feeling quite balanced. No, steps across the line of sight for a foul, but not able to close it. However, elsewhere, Shaiko's going to be able to secure one for himself again. For the second time, has pushed in halfway down Yellow and found a kill. Ace with a 2K though. What did I say? Plants his feet there inside of benches, finds a 2K as they come pushing into him. It's now a 2 versus 3 for the members of BDS, making it a 1 versus 3 as Crying converts. For Aces, Corey and Crying, this should be round 1 going their way. Renshiro left in a 1 versus 3 and clutching. Yes, he's a fantastic player. Not really something we attribute to Renshiro all too well. So this could be Rogue coming off to a really nice start here on Consulate.
I mean, that came down to the fact that if you line up, you will get taken out. We have seen this week and last week alone how in multiple different esports, lining up could be your worst nightmare. Good crossfire over towards mid-spiral, and Aces, well, after he was able to pick up his teammate, there you go. Everything's to play for here. And I think that first round, it did look very much into the hands of BDS. I mean, look what Shaiko was able to do over towards Yellow. Why you'd continually peek him there when he didn't really have any control is beyond me, but they lose their gunfights. They were able to bring it back all over towards Spiral. Rogue, okay, that's a defensive round in their hands. I have to look towards their stats here, and I have to go, well, defensively, how well do they do on a map like Consulate usually? And it's pretty good. It's like a 70 to 80% win rate overall on their defensive side. And if you look at their attack, only 50%. When I say only, that's a lot better than other teams. So still good.
Not too surprised when they're as dominant as they are. And you thought for a second we might see the mirror coming out, the thing that you were excited about to see for BDS when we get into the second half because of the bans that have come through. No, it was almost teased by a second for Rogue. However, I think with the ban coming out against the Thatcher here, don't worry, there was indeed a 4th ban. It wasn't a blank ban. It was a Maestro, which will get corrected soon. I think seeing the Mute and the Mozzie coming out together here, knowing that there is not going to be the Thatcher on side, is going to force that vertical control to be required. BDS have got the tools for it here. Not only have you got the Ash with those breaching rounds, you've got the Sledge, you've got the Buck. everything they need to make sure once they have vertical control, they can rip the hell out of that floor and start using it for their own devices.
Be interesting to see whether they employ any kind of drone tactics or whether it's going to be a bathroom hold in its entirety. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Maybe Ritz will start up there and with aces and they'll shoot a couple of drones and come down, or maybe they actively sort of do, play this. Interesting thing is that they put an ADS over towards the side of bathroom, so it does make me think they want to at least rotate down there or hold it at some point. But it'll be Leon on his lonesome in there, and I believe he'll be shotgun holding it for now and hope that the players upstairs can do damage before it's up to him.
At least starting off with a bit of a cheeky run from Rogue. I keep going to look at it and saying Rogue, but no, it's Rips on the downstairs, who I believe has parted with his C4, pre-placed into copy is what I imagine that ping is telling us. Just waiting for that push to come in from the admin side from BDS. But at least to begin with, there is no one starting out there. It's more about the drone work to begin with. And Renshiro is the mouse who smelt the cheese. Will he be stepping into the spot and eating a trap as he steps over the top of Coffee? Looks like to be no initially as they're starting out on the south side instead. Oh, but a rotate. He has caught a good whiff and now he's pushing in as well. Do they know? They must know that there is something sat towards the top side there. Manages to clear out what I believe. Was it the... It was, I believe, the Mozzie Pest that was on the wall. Now been cleared out as well. And they're just ignoring the copy room. So I think as nice as that C4 would be to connect onto someone, it's probably not going to be here as BDS have gone around a different route.
Oh, Leon. Wow, how many shots have just hit players and they've barely gotten away with their life in this past round or two now has been unbelievable. He's very lucky to still be alive, and with that long angle over from lobby that he's been holding to cut the rotates that Leon very much tried, it's very dangerous. Alems, unfortunately, will lose a considerable amount of HP, and that is a tongue twister. I don't know why. You would think English is my second language at this point, but nevertheless, things are quiet. It's almost the quiet before the storm, and all of those roamers that were upstairs before, they've given it up. They've wasted as much time as they were looking for, and now you have to deal with that bathroom, that shotgun in the hands of Leon. Can they rip it from his hands, or will he do major damage?
I mean, quite possibly. The fact that he's hung around after Aces has dropped away, and Aces even finds a kill from downstairs, I believe, into yellow. They're the most common spot for Shaiko to come pushing through. I think usually underneath the stairs there a second ago, maybe a bit harder to see, but either way, there he is up on the yellows. Yes, was tagged down through the hatch. That's an interesting angle all the way down from there, but a nice shot coming out. Look at that. That's the opening onto Shaiko at the very least. It's going to take a bit of the wind out of the sails of BDS, given he's the one who only has a kill to his name so far for the whole team. C4 comes out the other side, hoping to connect onto someone, but no one to be found. Now Renshiro steps up as the next challenger to push his way down towards bathroom, looking through this hatch.
Hello?
Oh, could have been a freebie, but not quite a freebie.
Oh, this angle from Aces, that should net a kill, and it at least gets it down. Corey finishes him off, and Renshiro is dispatched off all of a sudden when you got 20 seconds left, and you can't hit your shots. BDS in a super unfavorable position here, with time dwindling and Predator unable to get into sight for the plant as those toxic babes keep screaming inside of his face. He's going to have to eat it alive, and so does his teammate on yellow stairs, and it's all over Red Rover. Leon and Corey pull out the SMG-11s. The smoke does its job, and that round securely in the hands of Rogue, making 2 apiece.
No control over the bathroom hatch means you're not going to be able to securely push your way in without being contested by the defenders. In that case, they didn't even need to worry about contesting because of the smoke canisters coming out, down in 2 people and leaving 1 player alone to try and push for the plant. Well handled by Rogue. And it's almost like they've done to BDS so far what we saw them do to BDS in stage 1 of last year, where they looked at how BDS have played Oregon. They said, right, they do this every single time. Here's the counter we need to employ to be able to deal with that. And they dish it out to them in spades, as they've done so far. Both of these 2 rounds looking excellent from Rogue. It's 2-0. I never thought they'd start out this well against BDS, a team that's normally quite ferocious on this map.
Oh, Brene got baited. The man's got baited. They were talking about that right until the very last second. What happened? A 6-pick off the pulse over towards the mute. And then you know what Brito did? He went, oh, let me take the IQ then. Let me take the IQ to counter the pulse. Bad luck, buddy. You won't be seeing any scanner because that was 6-picked away. And this is why I said, and you actually brought it up the other map, you can always debate the other team by using that 6-pick. It's free.
Jess Goat is pleased. Again, for those that missed it earlier on, my first ever encounter with Jess was her raging at a team for not using 6th pick in the first round of a match. It was glorious. But here she is happy as one has been used and shown to maybe potentially use its effect. Or who knows, maybe you speak to Brady after and he goes, nah, I just really like the gun and just couldn't decide between what gun I wanted to play with that round. Either way, gadget not going to be super useful. Does have the Claymore, admittedly, of which there are 2. A very common thing that we see from a lot of teams is bringing along at least 2 of them when you don't have the Nomad available to help you cut off those more aggressive rotates or jump outs.
Well, it looks like they're going to do a yellow push by the looks of the placement, or rather the ingress of a lot of the attackers currently. Rafal will stay outside very far. He wants to see if anyone peeks in, because we know Rogue like to be at windows, and they've shown in the past couple of rounds that aggression has been key for them, especially when they took the, what'd you call it, the duck? The rook and the dock? The
Just
dock?
say rook, but with a D at the start. Duck.
Yeah, look, don't call, you know, when you're talking to me about pronouncing words, I'm going to suffer no matter how I pronounce it. I guarantee you with the accent.
Wherever animal sounds are involved, you're just screwed. Wolf,
yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, just can't do it.
I don't know what's wrong. Nevertheless, yellow stairs, that's going to be the big problem to start off with. That's why the Doc's on yellow. He can stim himself up. He can keep buffing himself. If any grenades come raining through, he can deal with it. But he's being super aggressive on that position. In fact, I think he wants to take a gunfight before he even thinks of grenades coming zooming in.
This time around, Salengo, the one being aggressive on the push into yellow. You're absolutely correct. And rather than Shaiko being the one who goes for that push, he instead has got himself up on window to help clear out some gadgets with those breaching rounds. All 3 now. Consume rotates himself back down to yellow. Now going to progress, as we normally see from BDS, the 2 of them pushing in tandem, actually, and potentially opting to try and play for some trade play. I wonder what Rips is up to. We just saw him descend down Visa. There's 1 or 2 kind of looking to hang around this side of the map, crying, also facing off the north. Right, never mind, he's back up again. Just looking to, I think, maybe challenge on the lower ground and not give free map control all the way over to BDS. Constantly leave them guessing. Both Shaiko and Alem tagged out momentarily by the smoke. Second one comes out. These are quite early smokes coming out here, Jess, given the 60 seconds left.
They're just trying to deny as much as they can. I think for Corey, that yellow stairs is the prime position. The reason is they've opened up the closet wall and you can deny anyone planting from long range there. So if Corey keeps this in his hand, he'll do a world of wonders. But no, good dual push there from BDS to take that power position we were just referencing. And with 40 full seconds left, the only person that could stop them is Aces. He'll have a little bit of a shield to play with, but a quick peek from Shaiko puts him on the ground. He's in the dirt, ladies and gentlemen, and with 30 seconds left and the man count dwindling for the side of Rogue. This is not good. Rafal, he's still out in spawn, and guess what? When you have all the BDS members alive, you don't even need to be near the building. It's all up to Rips. And as I look towards the scoreboard and the plant going down here, Des, I think this is completely undoable. Surely he gets an exit frag, but with the health down to 5 HP, it is, it's going to have to be a thread the needle. He'll grab Shaiko, but Brene will finish him off. And round number 3 will finally go in the hands of BDS with a successful plant and a dominant round win.
A little bit too comfortable there, I think, but we've said this so many times over. Even when it doesn't look like BDS has a massive tactical or strategical advantage, there exists a player called Shaiko, a player called Renshiro, a player called Brede. Name all 5 of them. They can step into a situation that's either dead even or at a disadvantage for BDS and still pick up the 2 or 3 kills. The 2K coming up yellow. The third one at the top was he picked off a lemon, swung onto him as well. Just made it a little bit too easy there, I think. BDS just showed how you can never afford to get comfortable against these guys. They will pick rounds away from you. Now we return down to lobby and press once again with the Oryx making an appearance once again. We also saw that in the last series, I believe, between G2 and Empire a couple of times.
Well, Brune is showing that maybe this IQ pick is something that they're more looking for, and possibly because maybe they're reading into the composition of Rogue and realizing they don't need this hard breach. And so as a result of that, they can just go, okay, well, we'll take an IQ. We'll take whatever we can use to be able to deal with a lot of these gadgets. Maybe they thought they might 6-pick a Pulse as well. Who knows? But either way, there's an absolute certainty there that BDS was aware this wasn't going to be a top and bottom floor. And as a result, you don't need that hard breach like you would with the double hard breach that they were originally running. So for me, not a surprise to see Rogue go to lobby. I did want to bring it up before, at least to see why they put such an influence, or rather an importance and emphasis on lobby as a site. And if you look at where they mostly win, I mean, they mostly win downstairs. So it's surprising they go to a site, piano and lobby, which they lose the most.
Sometimes you've got to spice things up a little bit, right? Keep them guessing. And the presence of the Oryx suggests that maybe there's something sneaky afoot here. Seeing the Jaeger and the Might together just makes me think straight away that yellow is going to be a big point of contention once again, knowing full well that BDS love taking control of it. Why wouldn't you stick some members on there? And I actually recall against Vitality, they expended every piece of utility that Vitality had to offer with some excellent and admittedly very confident one my play coming out of, I believe it was Leon who was sat in there. They managed to soak up all the frags, all the flashes, and not even give up yellow in the process. It was beautiful to watch. I'm wondering if they can do the same today against BDS.
Well, this time it's Corey's job to take the Oryx, not Rips this time, and it looks like they're just throwing operators around each other. Who's feeling confident on this? Who's feeling confident on that? And, well, I mean, maybe that adaptability and flexibility will work well. Yet to be seen, and, well, now that they've got that top floor hold for this lobby site, it will be BDS's job here to dismantle that. If they want the verticals, cool, go for it, get it done. But maybe they want to go for a sneaky little piano plant. Maybe Briday's identified there's not enough verticals above for them to be able to deal with him. And if Shaiko cuts that bathroom and yellow stairs rotate, it's all theirs. Renshiro will stop anyone peeking from the verticals above, and Bob's your uncle.
So you hope that's what you're always dreaming for. Or they could just walk in and kill 3 or 4 people and win the round out that way, as BDS do seem to love doing. But they're in a good position here to make the execute happen. Corey lurking around yellow. You've got Shaiko in his favorite position, playing at the bottom of it, waiting for the signal to push in there. Once the team hit the go button, here comes the swinging from Brede there. The second kill comes in. He's landed inside a sight. Rips trading one back onto a lens, making a second as he picks up Brede. Defuse it now, cold dead on the ground as Shaiko did push into yellow, but sadly nowhere to contest, as I believe Rips was the one playing inside a bathroom. Big couple of kills coming out for him. There he is indeed. Thank you very much, medics. They know that now that he needs to be challenged out, and Shaiko is going to go aggressive. He's got no cover from yellow stairs, makes that a freebie, and now Corey's going to have to come and play damage control on his push downstairs. You've got Cryan challenging onto the window, actually taking more damage from that than I think Renshiro did himself, but Shaiko is still inside of sight, and that presents a bit of a thorn in the side for Rogue here, even with 40 seconds remaining, Jess.
Oh, Renshiro got out of there just in time, and it'll be Shaiko to come storming down yellow and collect the last Rogue player of Corey to get themselves another round in hand. It did look a little bit dire in the first 2 rounds when Rogue were able to snatch them away from BDS. But if you ask me, BDS seemed to be slow to the hit in multiple different games. And I think it was Lems that rightly said in Playday 1 they needed to warm up a bit. And I feel like I've referenced that game after game after game where they've lost maybe the first round or so, and then they just get themselves into the game and they look unstoppable. So I didn't doubt them, but I did want to see in the second half whether or not they got that momentum and they've run with it. Looks like it only took them till the 3rd or 4th round, and we're back in business.
At least makes things nice and balanced, because although the last couple of rounds admittedly have been a masterclass by the side of BDS, and when I say a masterclass, more so in the gun skill area, at least in round number 3, that last round did have something go wrong from which BDS still recovered. When Rips had that 2k from inside a bathroom, I thought, oh, okay, now they've got Corey being able to pincer down onto Shaiko from above on yellow stairs. They have the one still playing inside a bathroom of Rips to contest him if he tries to push in. I thought surely they've got Shaiko under lock and key here, but no. Steps in and picks up Rips, turns around later on and collects Corey as well. Just does away what should be an advantage for the other team with what looks like absolute ease. It's unbelievable.
We'll see whether or not that ease continues here for BDS, or whether Rogue has an answer, as instead of going back to lobby, they will go down to their best side, at least statistically, and that's the bottom floor of Garage and Cafeteria. A lot of aggression that we've spoken about Rogue, that's their essence and their signature move on defense, especially as of late. That's why all of those windows will be opened up. And hey, looks like they want to do or insinuate a little bit of a piano hold here. And if you're BDS and you're used to getting those verticals with Renshiro on the buck, then that is not going to be Leon's playground for very long.
And Rafael on the sledge, we saw this on the same site earlier on, bringing along both the double soft breach here to use from above, and don't forget the breaching rounds coming out of the Ash, and if you really want them, the impacts coming out of the Zofia. Like, there is no question, floors are getting opened up here, whether Rogue like it or not. The big question is, how long are they willing to contest Piano 4 before they fall back? Generally, before you lose someone is the kind of right go-to answer here that I'm looking for, but then you've got to worry about what happens when the execute comes in. You'll be leaning on someone like Corey to make use of those smokes like we saw earlier on to go for the denial. Rafal already finding Leon quite early on, 45 seconds into the round is not a good start.
A good trade there from Aces, and I think that was a little bit of a downfall in intel collection there from BDS. Make sure that you're checking top floors, staircases, etc. Because if Rafal wants to come running into lobby, he needs to be careful no one comes running down Spiral, running down Yellow and collects him. He does manage to get one for the trouble, and that's a wall bang, I believe, onto the head of Cryan. Good night, sleep tight, and that C4 won't do anything as Shaiko manages to pepper some bullets over towards Aces. C4's gone, and he can't catch the rotate down, and he wants to commit to it, Shaiko?
What? How do you push down like that without getting killed on the push down Yellow? It's unbelievable that he gets away with that and collects the kill. I imagine there's a little bit of salt in the road comms there. How on earth did no one have my back covered as I was coming down Yellow? Either way, he's done the Lord's work. He's been traded out, yes, but has also removed the player that was on pipes. You've now only got the two more deep set players. Ace is playing inside of security. Rips rotating between playing inside a garage itself and cafeteria. C4 comes out for the default spot, doesn't find it. Ace is going to go aggressive here. Sees the man planting, but instead goes to the guy outside. Finds both. It's a triple kill for Aces, who we've said so many times has been back in form. But now he's got to deal with Renshiro. The best part of all, Jess, there's still 55 seconds to play. They're squaring up to push around Yellow here. Here he comes down with a shot. No! But he's running away! He turned his back to the man knowing he was coming down Yellow and is happy to put him in the dirt. It's going to be round number 5 going the way of BDS, but with how close that round went, we've got a game on our hands, Jess.
No, the reason I scream no is he was in the right place at the right time, especially with a weapon like the Roni that has the high fire rate it does. You could do serious damage, especially at close range. I can understand what he was trying to do, back on up, use the intel. They still had default cam up. Why challenge him when you can wait for direct pieces of intel and force that time? I get it, but you have to make that decision instantly, not after 5-10 seconds. What a shame. Whatever the call came out of there, it was the wrong one, and it puts BDS for the first time this matchup in the lead 3-2, and this will be the last defensive round here for Rogue, and if they can square things away, it'll look pretty good for them going into the second half.
Ooh, what is it with Consulate and giving us games today, hey? The last one all the way to round 15 as we saw it. A crazy ending in round number 15. Oof. I'm all for this one going the full distance as well, by the way. For the longest time I've said, well, not the longest time, this stage I've said Consulate is the map where we see good teams go to die because it exposes all of their weaknesses when team play isn't lined up. You can get flanked on so ridiculously quick, and what a great shot by Renshiro, by the way. This is the play where I thought, okay, surely you killed the planter first, but no, right choice. Kills the guy with the gun in hand first and then worries about the guy going for the plant immediately after. Could have been maybe a different story if the plant had gone down, because Renshiro could have got himself outside the map and we could have been having a very different conversation. But either way, another great play coming out from Aces. You could probably look back at quite a few times this season where he's been sat in a position like halfway up Yellow and then comes for a mega flank and gets a multi-kill. Think about last week with the Titan killer, as we call it, from Ella, coming up the main stairs on Clubhouse and getting the 2K as they were trying to set up inside a kitchen. Think back to his 4K in the basement. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Think back to his 4K in the basement of Oregon as well. The guy just keeps on pulling off plays like this at the perfect time. It's incredible to see.
What else is incredible to see is that Alem started off this matchup really slow. Wasn't able to get the kills. Maybe it's that operator change. Maybe it's the role change. And in the last 2 rounds has been absolutely activated. And that's what you want for a player like Alems, who is usually seen on a fragging operator for the most part. And now he's sort of moved to that flex frag, a little bit more of a hard breaching role on this particular map. I mean, whatever works for you, but he can frag out as well. So that's going to be a good opening kill onto what would be seemingly a weakened Cryan at the moment. It hasn't been having the impact on the defense he's been looking for, especially when you're the Jaeger main, El Bay, they've been throwing a bit of those operators around. And well, that'll be him out of commission. ADSs will already be down, so not a huge loss. But speaking of ADSs, that's what they're trying to cook here on Yellow and get control of.
It's just the BDS strategy at this point, isn't it? I think once we've seen them push admin, but Yellow absolutely has been their go-to, and this time around, no, Rogue definitely cannot hold on. Admittedly, without Overmind, it's going to be a much harder job than previous. It's the right call to back away, but they're bleeding members until Aces finds one, but runs straight into the Claymore. It's why you bring them along, even with the Nomad ban. Well, even with the Nomad ban being present, they're even more powerful when she's taken away, given it can stop things like that happening. 4 versus 2 for the side of BDS, and we're down to only 1 smoke canister on Corey. There's not going to be a lot to stop the BDS side but pushing in when it comes round to execution time. Depends about how they can get themselves set up, because at this point, they're still looking for control of Yellow.
when you have a whole 60 seconds to work with here and you're all just cutting the rotates, look at how many windows these BDS players are at. They are cutting everyone's rotate to the point of near suffocation. Oh, Renshiro, he spots the legs of Rips. And when I said they're cutting the rotates, they've been missing a few of them. A few of the shots have been missing, I think, back to the bathroom hatch. And there's going to have to be some serious aggression here from Corey and Rips as they attempt to dwindle the man count that is on the side of BDS. 30 seconds left. They wasted that 60 seconds advantage they had. And with a 5 HP Shaiko, I was going to call Corey there, things are looking very dire.
I mean, try as he might here, he's got to hold off an onslaught of 4 players. Time necessarily isn't on the side of BDS, but with the control that they've got here, a plan should go down. No questions asked for Renshiro to pick up the closing kill. BDS take round number 6 to end the half at 4-2. I'd still say we saw some good stuff coming out of Rogue overall, but I wouldn't be too beat up about.
It'll be interesting to see what strategy BDS employ here, because what it seemed like they were doing on their attack was getting into a key position, taking the early power position, whether that be yellow, whether it be, you know, the side of lobby, etc., and then holding rotate cuts. And given that Rogue have played a very free and fluid kind of defensive side for the past however many weeks, it's not a surprise that a lot of the Rogue players just ran into their crosshairs. Go figure, huh? That's a good strategy against a team that can't sit still. How does Rogue deal with BDS now that all they need to do is just play time, hold back, and deny the plan? Or does BDS get a little bit aggressive? Given the operators, I don't think so. I mean, look at the smoke, the mute. That's more of a short-range kind of engagement operator. We'll see, but they'll start downstairs.
And they've read into this incredibly well, Rogue, already looking at it, right? You commented earlier on about the mirror pick always coming in whenever we saw the ban come through with the Maestro. What are they got in response? Sick picked away the 0, instead opts to bring along the Twitch. Something we've seen G2 employ an awful lot on this map now that I think about it. I remember back in week 1 seeing their excellent executes coming into Garage, but I think it was week 1. Was it week 1 against? No. I think it was against someone else, but I forget. Either way, the excellent play behind using things like flashes, for example, to enable the Twitch drone inside a garage to blow out mirror windows, destroy Kite electro claws, things along those lines. Here, there's no repeat performance of that because there are no flashes, but there are smokes. There's the claymores, there's the 4 frags they've got on side. There's still a lot of options for Rogue here to make good use of that to try and clear out those mirror windows. It's going to be on BDS to be super attentive.
Speaking about attentive, make sure you check your spawn peaks because Shaiko, he is hungry for blood in the first 10 seconds of this round. They've opened up a lot of windows top floor, and whilst I did initially say I didn't think that this composition screamed to me they'd be doing a roam, when you've got the mirror on side, you can pretty well leave 1 or 2 different operators or rather players on site and then roam to your heart's content. I don't think the bathroom hatch is open, so the rotate down will be very minimal here, and actually it is. So there you go, they're employing the exact same defensive strategy Rogue did. Couple of players upstairs, still out some time, a bathroom hold with a shotgun, but Rogue, they seem a lot more focused on the garage triple wall at the moment. And I mean, if they can work out that there's only 1 or 2 defenders on site, they could just go for the plan.
So that's what they're trying to gear up for here. Get the drone inside, clear anything that might impede you in any way, tag out whatever else you need to. Those ADS is surely going to get zapped out as well when they have the charge coming back online. There goes one. The second one straight out. And although they now start spraying down, the damage has already been done. That should mean the smokes can come in pretty freely. Otherwise, they would have been caught out potentially by those ADSs. Still going to get rid of the Malusis, mind you. The one on top of the black car could be a pretty serious impediment if they're not too wary of that. And look at Alem hanging on the upstairs. He's in a position to do some damage given the time with the C4. It comes out. Leon, just out of range. Not caught out by it, but that could have been painful.
I'm glad he used it up there as well because he's not in a position to be able to use it late round anyway. I mean, most of his rotates back to site will be cut sooner than later, and especially if they start to open up the verticals, I mean, bathrooms in the hands of the attackers at that point. They don't seem interested in it just yet, and that's a nice bouncer if I've ever seen one. Catches Shaiko off. That's going to be the pipes control in the hands of the attackers. If they're not careful, they need to make sure that they have those verticals played with here because it's Bride on the verticals. They're going to run in deep, and that shotgun does major damage.
All from above as well, raining death down with the shotgun shells into the heads of the aggressors. 2 versus 2 there. They've almost swung it back as well. Rogue still with the numbers advantage. Playday now going to play recovery. Finds the head of Rips, or not quite, but it looked like a headshot to me. 1 versus 1 against Cryin here. 45 seconds still to play. This is the time for Playday to really shine. I don't know what that C4 necessarily was intended to do, but definitely not in the right place. Must know that this plant has gone down inside a cafeteria and now needs to go and find his man who's hanging out towards red. And I think he knows it. Thought Playday would find it with that little snap, but Cryin a little bit too quick. Definitely a game jest to be had here. 4-3 now to BDS.
quick thinking from Cry and save that round, he realized there was far too many vertical opportunities for Bride over in Piano, and that's exactly where Bride went. And what he attempted to do there with that C4 was mask his sound as he was coming down. So if you explode at the moment you're coming down the stairs, it will stop the sound from emanating over from Yellow. So that was a smart attempt at a bait there, but unfortunately Cry was too smart for that one, and he goes and plants in Cafeteria instead. Post-plant with an R4C in hand. I mean, generally at long range, you expect the R4C to win out, and that's exactly what happens. We do have a game on our hands at Rogue. They'll slowly diminish that lead that BDS took in the first half, but there's still a lot to be said because that came down to a 1v1 in the end there.
Well, I'm glad that we haven't come in today, and I did expect coming in that we would see BDS comfortably kind of stomp their way over Rogue. I thought Rogue, as good as they've looked, maybe wouldn't be able to deal with a team that's been as solid as BDS. I'm sure they got rocked a little bit by Na'Vi in the overtime especially, but they still look like one of the strongest teams that we have in Europe. It's been that way now for a good, 18 months almost? In fact, we've always said through the times of turbulence that other teams have gone through, BDS were the ones that remained composed all the way through, but we are definitely getting an interesting matchup here, which may yet hinder BDS's chances of sitting at number 1. Even if this goes to overtime, don't forget, that still steals points away from them and can only play into Na'Vi's favor.
Well, it'll be another downstairs opportunity here for BDS. It looks like they really want to win this site, and well, maybe they're just looking at the fact that it was a close one. It should have been in their hands, and had Shaiko been in a better position with maybe even an ADS next to him, he would not have lost his pipes position. So I think they're looking back on it thinking they're easy mistakes to fix, and for Rogue, they can just do what they did last round, but with a much more dominant sway. Maybe make sure that you have someone get that piano control, but instead, Corey will collect Shaiko, and even if he does have pipes control, I mean, it's all gone now.
And again, it's Shaiko, top fragger currently in the game, removed from the field. Not something that you normally see that often. Him dying as the early opening death for the side of BDS normally is the one making a big impact into the mid to late round, or at least on the early entry, if it does come down to it, rather than so much on a spawn peak. But hey, we take those, I'm sure Rogue says. They're now going to open this wall opened up once more, and I imagine we're going to see a similar approach once again. Rips inside with the Twitch drone, tagging out where everything is. But this is Leon at least doing so with the normal drones. So then we get the Twitch drone in and start worrying about all these gadgets. And this corner has got to look mighty appealing to a Twitch drone right now. 3 gadgets sat in there to do some work on, 2 of which will be able to remove out pretty cleanly, I think, and then they can start thinking about their execute.
Well, they could at least disable it upon the ingress of the attackers coming on in. The ADS getting rid of would be really good, and I believe they have, and now the grenade will work on the Bulletproof and the Banshees because they can only be meleeed or exploded, so that's the only ones they could work with. Second grenade does massive damage to the 2 SMG-11 wielding players of Bride and Rafale, and as their health dwindles, so does their opportunity for them to get in on site. There's a Twitch drone dwindling around as well, waiting to hopefully pop that mirror window. And as the Gemini spots out a Lems on top Yellow, he's going to back his way on up, but they need this Yellow control. They need this piano control because they're going to need that vertical.
There are 2 of them inside piano as well, which is just going to make things really hard for Rogue. You can now see 2 starting to think about some kind of aggression up there. In fact, they're ignoring it and trying to push down Yellow. This is why you need the piano control. 2 have bled out dry here for the side of Rogue. And suddenly a 4 versus 3 is a 3 versus 2. Make it a 3 versus 1 as a Lems wins that swing onto the vending machine. There's 1 left alive, and Aces sees him on the ground. Well, more like Renshiro should have been the one to see him to end the round out, but not quite going to be the case. He is down, but who would you want in a clutch situation? You'd absolutely want it to be Aces in this case. Problem is, Bride's got the vertical control, so we're going to have to see a push up from Aces here to make something happen. Alem hanging around on Yellow. They're the other side of the map, and he's got 20 seconds to go. Something tells me this one might just be a little bit too hard for the Ace Wonder Kid this season to do much about this one. 15 seconds to go, Jess. I personally don't see it happening.
He'd have to hit some perfect spray transfers, but it won't be. It'll be the MP5 to put him out of commission. And Aces, whilst he did the rotate up, and I actually think that was the right idea, especially if they thought that, you know, the verticals were being held onto the diffuser, no problems are possible last second clutch. But that doesn't matter because that rift that was going between Rogue and BDS just rounds ago will continue. 2 rounds ahead here for BDS, 1 round away from match point. And for Rogue, if they want to win this out, they're going to need a couple of rounds in the row at least. Otherwise, they are going to go into overtime no matter what they do.
I think it will probably step up to being a BDS win at this point, given how the last couple of rounds have gone. Yes, round 7, pretty close. It was all about that kind of post-plant situation they were in. But I think that, or even with Shaiko bleeding out in that round there quite early on, for example, for it to still go the way that it did, speaks volumes about the, again, strength and tenacity that you see in BDS as a whole. Let's see how it goes again, though. We thought that maybe there'd be a prediction game coming up from Rogue with the mirror windows coming along, the Rips coming along on the Switch as the kind of response. And here we get to see a split site coming out of BDS. How much have we seen? Have you got any stats on this one?
0%.
I was going to say, I'm kind of rifling through my very poor memory archives and thinking, have I ever seen BDS on this site? No, I don't think so.
That's why I like it, because this is so old school. And when I say old school, okay, multiple teams are bringing it back. I mean, look over towards G2 and what they do with Mirror inside this little kitchenette here. I think it's one of the best original strategies that Mirror ever had on this map and ever will. Even though the security one's a popular one we just saw, you know, last round, I still think this is the best one. You know, you used to stack all 3 of your ADSs up there. You put a castle on the kitchen door so the printer window can't harass you. I mean, now that you have this split side to play with, it is your absolute playground if you can keep that Mirror up. So I really, really like it.
Okay. See how they shape up from here then. Always looking towards the number of C4s that come through for the defensive side on this side. The answer is 3. And Shaiko clearly looking to get a bit of revenge for the previous round. Goes, hey, look, it's my time to get the opening kill here, not to be the opening death, guys, okay? And before you even starting to think about the site itself, it's getting mighty explosive. But Cryan, trying to push his way up blue, is stopped by the showmaker himself. Playday puts him in the dirt. Alem to collect another. This one's fallen apart before it's even got started. Before Leon was even inside the building, finds a single kill with a C4 comes singing out afterwards. That's going to be match point coming up now for BDS as they move up to 6-3.
I feel really bad because the viewers are going to sit here and go, a garage rush into, you know, bottom archives? That wasn't the play. Well, actually it was. Unfortunately, if you look at the setup there from BDS and you say, what was their one weakness? Technically, bottom floor was their weakness. Teams will generally have one-sided utility usage, which favors one side over the other. And if you're a smart attacking team, you'll try and attack the side that has the least utility to deal with. That was absolutely bottom floor. Once they realized that, no one was there to cut off the rotates back. I'm not sure what that was all about. But I mean, if you're going to rush a site, you need to be able to trade out quickly. They didn't do that. They had 1 or 2 trades, but Playday with the SMG-11 was allowed to reload and kill another person. Questionable. Not a surprise BDS is on match point. Rogue will have to win the next 3 rounds in a row to propel them into overtime. And if we look at the standings here, Des, I mean, if Rogue wins in overtime, then they would be tied in points with BDS. They'd also win the head-to-head, so they'd technically be in second place behind Na'Vi, who hasn't played yet today at all, but they'd technically be in second place. BDS getting 1 point is technically in first place currently, because they've at least squared away 1 point, so whew.
Jess and chat, raise your hands if you ever thought that the sentence Rogue will be tied for BDS and beat them out in their head-to-head would ever be a sentence that you'd say after the end of stage 2 of last year. Please raise your hands now. No one raises a hand. I'm fully aware of what happens.
You can't see me though.
I don't need to see you because I know that you're not going to raise your hand, Jess. You cannot claim to be a fortune teller in this circumstance because it is honestly madness just thinking about that as a concept after how stage 2 went for Rogue. And for those of you that didn't see it, well, you may have just missed the worst stage for a team. Well, worst stage for a team in history, a 0-9 complete and utter loss and defeat for Rogue the whole way through after a really successful stage 1, finishing in first place, mind you. I'm hoping we're not going to see this become a trend where stage 1 is incredible for Rogue and they look great and stage 2 just falls apart. No one wants to see that kind of up and down performance is what we kind of fear for a lot of teams, but hopefully for Rogue it doesn't persist.
Speaking of persisting, it's going to be Corey with the grenades on top yellow, and interestingly enough, no one is droning it out. He's wasting both grenades on yellow. What a surprise, because no one is there, no one's droned it out, so no grenades left for Corey. But that's a-okay, because where he usually reigns supreme is with a weapon in hand. Not so shining in the gadgetry and ability position, but that doesn't matter because they have yellow stairs control, and now they'll need to make their ingress over towards meeting, and once they have that, well, you know, I wanted to say Bob's your uncle again, but instead it'll be Renshiro taking out Corey, and he won't have the mechanical impact that he wanted to have.
Yeah, I mean, opening kill again onto a member of Rogue. He's just stepping that way so often. I mean, after Shaiko's death a couple of rounds back, it's definitely now sprung back the other way. Leon, great shot through onto Renshira. It's always coming down to these super tight little pixel angles for either side to collect these kills. It's chaos, either that, or it's just an absolute slaughterfest once the execute starts coming in, or as we saw in the previous round, the push down blue coming out of Rogue. Let's see how things set up now, though. You can see them kind of starting to bunch up here and start thinking about going for their push forwards. And the vertical angle, the number of times this has happened, this game is painful. Admittedly, earlier on, Leon did survive the drop down through bathroom hatch through the same kind of way. Call it all karma in the end. All things are balanced out.
Speaking of balanced out, another headshot here for Playday, and it's going to take off the head of Leon, and that's going to be the Habana out of commission. Are the hatches reinforced? Very, very doubtful. Very likely that they've opened those on up for the defenders who were playing top 4 to now rotate back onto site. We'll see whether that's happened already. Surely, I mean, there's only 45 seconds left, so why would you need to persist upstairs? Rogue seem very, very worried that there is a player still upstairs, and crying as he runs briefly past the verticals. Wow, his legs absolutely shot up, and Shaiko, he still wants more, and that's why he's going to keep challenging.
Oh, he almost finishes the fight inside of Piano and then has to challenge straight onto Yellow, but doesn't find himself going down to Rips, who is pushing down at exactly the same time. Mandler's putting himself in the middle of a firefight, as Shaiko does, but not going to find himself going down here. 4 versus 3, 15 seconds to go. Rogue need to make a move right now, or this game is done. They've already left it too late as they collect 2 kills as they come dropping down. BDS were just ready like a Venus flytrap, saying, come jumping in and we'll snap you right up. It started out good for Rogue in the first half, but BDS showed absolute domination in the defense and closed the game out 7-3.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to propel BDS back up into first position, but possibly only momentarily, as Na'Vi is yet to play today, and they are the big rivals here for BDS on the standings. They're all looking cool, calm, and collected, but I would be very, very worried that Na'Vi will be the ones in their, future game today to possibly steal that very temporary first place right off them. Rogue will stay in third place, and unless G2 can collect some more points in the coming days, they might just sit pretty there for now.
It's getting pretty tight at the top of the table, admittedly, with Rogue and G2 now kind of sat teetering around each other. It's going to be thrilling to see how the last few Playdays go. Don't forget as well, this is only Playday 6. We've still got 3 more to go, all 3 of them coming in 1 week next week. It's going to be an absolute screamer. But for now, let's put this game to bed on the desk, get their thoughts on how this one played out.
Absolute screamer. We're still trying to learn the lingo, the jargon of commentary and excitement here in the hype. And honestly, in the beginning of this game, we were pretty excited. Like, okay, we got a game on our hands. And then BDS reminded everybody that they're still a BDS, and to crack their level, you just need something else.
I actually responded to Rogue because Rogue tweeted 1-0. What could go wrong from here? Of course, referring to other titles. So I'm like, I'm waiting for you to go 2-0 and BDS will take it from there. And it's exactly what happened. BDS took it from there. After the second round, I was like, wow, Rogue are looking so good. And then BDS are like, all right, we know how to play against these guys. Let's just completely clean this up and make it a quick one and go back home. It's basically how it went.
I think in some ways it's probably back to earth with a bump for Rogue there. It's been going really, really well. They've made great progress, but just a little bit of a reminder that there are still big dogs in this league that have got a lot of bite to them, and BDS are one of those teams. But to be fair, there's nothing really, I don't think, that negative to take.
No, not at all.
For Rogue, they've just,
not at
BDS all. Have come in, and to be honest, I think BDS are probably a little bit like a hornet's nest that's been whacked with a big stick and then passed to Rogue after the defeat over the weekend. They've come back in, they've got a point to prove, and they've done exactly that. So Rogue, for me, just roll on to the next one. You're having a great season anyway. I'm sure they'll pick it apart and find some improvements, but BDS masterclass, really. I
definitely wouldn't think too much of this game if I'm Rogue. Like, yeah, we lost to BDS. What else? Like, everybody's losing to BDS. Yeah, Navi's the only team that didn't, but it's BDS. So it's fine. You did something today, and you're in the top 4. That's really the most important thing for Rogue. The focus shouldn't be right now, we need to be number 1 or else we're just not good at all. No. We have recovered from an absolute trash stage 2 in 2020, and horrible performance, to now actually in the top 4 and solidly there. So it's something that they have to kind of think about and keep in their mind. I'm sure the entire team behind them will be helping out Playday with 9 kills today. Renshiro, Alem, Shaiko, and Rafal. Rafal, as always, the unsung hero of BDS, basically the man that makes it all happen with this crew. Aces today dropping the double digits. Not too bad, despite the 7-3 loss.
Definitely not.
Absolutely not. I think Aces has had a good day there. We've said coming in, we need, to see something out of other players alongside Leon as well, and he's definitely done that today. But Playday, overall, we picked him up in the head-to-head, and we suggested that maybe Leon was this year's Playday, but Playday proving that maybe he's this year's Playday, coming in with a great game today, playing a lot of IQ, again, just doing those supportive roles, facilitating other players to go out there and get the kills, Shaiko and Shiro, and a great day for Playday today.
Yeah, very. We called him support season last year, Playday season. Didn't really have to show up as much as he normally would. And still, of course, he's not the one that is dropping aces left, right, and center, right? But he's consistently there, just like many of the BDS members. So I think a really solid lineup still, and that BDS really can go long.
All right, well, there it is. BDS versus Rogue. 4-2 at the half, but then it got slow for Rogue, and BDS were victorious at a 7-3 on Consulate. We've seen Consulate twice today. Villa first. First map, VP versus Trainhard. We move on to our last games. Cowana Secret is our last one, but before that, we're going to take a look at Na'Vi versus Vitality. Can Na'Vi continue on their streak, currently undefeated, or will Vitality show us that their improvement is beyond what even we've been imagining? They take on the top one in the league right now. We'll see in a bit.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League, Playday number 6, and it is game number 4. Na'Vi versus Vitality. Things really heat up between these two. Na'Vi so far on a pretty good roll. They're the best that they've had pretty much since their run to Tokonami, and they face up against Vitality, who've had their own tough, but still a resurgence nonetheless. Just as on the analyst desk for the game, what are we feeling about this one? What's the big story here?
Ooh, well, you're looking at the team that is arguably, temporarily not, because BDS have just jumped over them. Fine, whatever. Arguably the best team in Europe right now against not so much a dark horse, I would call them, but it's got that kind of feeling to it. A team that's kind of on the up and up. Na'Vi could get upset here today, but it is going to be a tough task for Vitality.
There you go. I probably couldn't have put it best. I do think Na'Vi are temporary top team of the standings, and I think I've said that from the beginning, and I've been criticized heavily for it, but I do want to say that I do think that Na'Vi have had easier games in the sense of their playstyle has worked well against several teams, and the teams that they've gone up against were still trying to find themselves. So I do think that that top spot is temporary. But hey, prove me wrong.
I have a feeling that the map is going to be very important for this series, so I'm quite interested when we get to that segment in our pre-show. So let's take a look at our rosters. First up, Vitality, technically our contenders here, currently at 6th place with 8 points. Can they keep things rolling? Bibu had an ace of a day in our last play day, and they kind of showed that they can really flex.
Look, literally what I have in my notes here, in bold, in capital letters, is 3 wins in a row, baby. That's what I have. Just in full capitals, that's what it is. And I said, what a story. They tried to do this last year with that international super team headed by Fabian. They couldn't do it. They come into this year and they say, well, rather than the international super team, let's try a French super team with the Belgium edition of Rise. And look how well it is working out for them. They got the first two play days knocked about. But that was by BDS and Rogue. And you just saw what happened on the last map. They are super teams.
Yeah.
They go up against Empire, G2, and VP. They win them all. All I'm saying is that it has taken them, I would say, a couple of weeks and a couple of thrashings to really work out what the problems are. And they are really doing well. I'd say the foundation is solidly there.
Yep, I got to say, coaching staff at Vitality have been doing a great job. Helby and Lilun, who have been coaching for ages. Lilun is, other than Shas in Europe, these are the two people that have been coaching for pretty much day one, the moment that they were able to get through the initial bits of their competitive careers in Rainbow Six. And we're talking years ago, over 4 years ago, when they switched to these roles. So that's the kind of level pedigree that we're talking about, a coaching staff that Vitality has, and the effect is definitely showing. And now, on the other side, though, the UK massive squad of Na'Vi has been really showing up, Des. Even Jess is impressed, and that says something.
It does. If you can impress Jess, then you're on a good path to success, it sounds like. Look, these guys are looking phenomenal this season. Something is definitely clicking, as you alluded to earlier on, Milos. For the first time since Tokonami, they are looking like a team that is kind of comparable to the success they were achieving at the time leading into Tokonami, going all the way from Nationals through to winning Pro League and then onto the Tokonami Finals, where they won it all. It was an incredible journey, and now they're coming back onto that. And that story, the kind of hero story of Na'Vi, is really becoming reminiscent in their gameplay now, I think. When we speak about this team, the word that I keep on using lately is hero moments. Look at the number of clutches that Blur's been bringing out. I think he's on 4 1vx's. As a team, they are tied only with G2 for the number of 1vx's, both of those two teams being in number 1. It's absolutely unbelievable, and Blur is always going to be the man that we're shouting out. You look at the stats here, look on the right more than anything else, and look at the victories they pulled off so far. Beating out BDS was no doubt the big kind of signal point of we can beat major teams, because prior to that, some would probably say quite fairly with a little bit of air quotes criticism, oh, they haven't faced the big teams yet. Well, now they've gone up and faced the biggest team there is and beaten them. You can no longer say this is a team that's had a free ride so far. They've beaten the big boys, and except for G2 on the last play day, I'd say the next few play days they've got against Vitality, Rogue, and Empire, they could very well clear far ahead of BDS at this rate.
Yeah, I think even next week's Na'Vi Rogue is going to be really, really cool to take a look at. With Empire's resurgence beating G2 today, the last kind of super weekend is going to be very exciting. I'm really, really hyped for more EUL. It's just, you never know what's going to happen, because even within the top 4, you don't know how it's going to switch. And then you're looking at the 2-3 teams right under the top 4 as well that can at any point in time be big contenders in the top 4. Very excited for it. Let's see the head-to-head, though. You guys picked one player out of each one of these two teams, and it's Blur and Shinka. Not surprising, but can we dig through a bit beyond the numbers here, Jess?
I mean, the reason that Blur's up on the screen, I'm going to give that to Des in a moment because it's quite clear why he's up there. But I wanted to pick the highest rated player out of Vitality to attempt to show the viewers that even though Vitality has had a bit of a resurgence recently, this is their highest rated player. And it is one of their support flex players. So that goes to show you that there's a couple of players on Vitality, even though they're within 0.10 of each other in rating, that aren't necessarily standing up and doing god plays, hero plays, like the side of Na'Vi.
The way that I best describe it, I think, with the side of Na'Vi right now is there's so many capable players on there that it is quite hard to pick out individual players and say, oh, these guys are head and shoulders above the rest. The only kind of measurable stick I think we've got is consistency, and Blur has been Mr. Consistent. You saw in the Aim Ready video that we had for him, Mr. Consistent was the title that flashed up. Even in games against VP, where 10 rounds in we were saying, oh, it's actually been Blur's first off game in about 6 months. He comes out with 3 clutches to win the game for them. It's unbelievable. And we saw the same in his game against BDS last week. Guy's an absolute machine, but around him are other bunch of incredible players, and that's why Na'Vi look as strong as they do.
All right, it makes me even more excited when we dig beyond the numbers to see what goes in the lobby itself, because all of these numbers can mean anything and nothing once we're actually in the game. You know, last week, we were looking at Blur, and we were all saying, like, Blur hasn't really showed up this game, and then he aces and then clutches the next 2 rounds after it. So you just never know what's going to happen. Let's go with our map very quickly before we head into games. Our lobby's pretty much set. And give me the money.
Maps can be very important, I think, so... if we do have a moment to speak about it,
Cafe does that. Ooh, that's a good Na'Vi map. Let's go.
Yeah, very, very good Na'Vi map. They've barely banned this at all in the last 6 months. I think only a couple of times where it's been banned away against them an awful lot. I think back at Cafe, I just think about their games against G2 in Stage 1 and Stage 2 of last year. There were some really interesting games to watch, for example. But recently they played against BDS twice. They've won it once and lost it once against them. So you can kind of get the feel there. It is a map they're good on because they can beat BDS on, but also one where they aren't infallible. They lost to BDS there. Also lost to Makers, I think, at some stage as well. So along the way, there's been rocky points, but you are right. This is one of their best maps.
Just what I think.
I mean, going back all the way to September 10, beating BDS doesn't mean anything to me because it's a different team. So anyone that tries to argue old Vitality stuff with me, I can't do anything with it because it's a brand new team. So for me, I don't really have much I can say statistically, but on a gut feeling, I reckon Vitality might put a few rounds on the board.
All right, Jestez, thank you so much for your intel on Na'Vi versus Vitality. I cannot wait to see how this one goes down in the server, and waiting for us in the casting booth, it's Fluke and Hap. So please, my friends, all yours, enjoy yet another humdinger.
Wow, never heard it pronounced like that, and probably won't unless you go have some lessons from Tim. Hey, what's up? We're about to head into Cafe Dostoevsky. We're about to see if Na'Vi can keep their run at the top. Those trains, they're rolling.
They're rolling indeed, and the initiative is back on them. It is BDS that managed to take the win. With that, we'll be currently at the first place position, and Na'Vi have the opportunity of taking it back here today. And that's something we have been preluding to over, well, the course of the last couple of days, right? Like, Na'Vi and BDS, if they both win everything, it is going to be Na'Vi to be on the top, and BDS is hoping they leave some points behind. And, well, Vitality, going to be that first hurdle for Na'Vi to get over, to secure themselves that first place victory. So, will they be successful, or will they fall? That is got to be the big question of this matchup.
One of the things, obviously, that they were kind of talking about on the desk is the map here, and Cafe... it's a very good Na'Vi map.
It is, yes. It is quite scary to go here as Vitality, especially considering, you know, earlier comments we have been making about the team of still getting merged together. Cafe, often a map that requires a lot of... how to say it, right? Like, if you're on the attack, you really need to be very coordinated as the attacking team to pull off some good rounds right here. So... It is always a little bit scary to see some newer teams going here, in my opinion. And especially if you're up against Na'Vi, who love Cafe Dostoevsky.
I think that's it too, is, you know, I'm sitting here at the beginning of the game looking at this map and I'm thinking, what, you know, letting it get this far in the ban, is this something where Vitality have some plays, have some ideas and some secrets? They're a team that we've said they've kind of built in strength. I think as the season's gone on, they, you know, have been able to like redefine who they are and their roles and bring some performance in. We've seen some hit and miss moments. We've seen P4 able to kind of dig themselves in and, you know, however many different maps he's just crouch walked into sight. And I'm curious to see if this is a place where they can kind of bring some of that chaos against Na'Vi, who are a team that are pretty great at aggression.
Yeah, that's it, right? It was definitely key against G2. P4 being able to just sneak in, get a couple of kills, especially in that clubhouse defense. Bottom floor is the first one that springs to mind. Falling back, letting the rest of the team do the rest of the job. And You just clear it out as a result, and while Vitality managed to, well, how to say it, get a lot of rounds on the back of that single strategy, but they got to make sure that that is not going to be what they are going to be known for, because it's just simply teams going to be watching out for him entering, taking him out, and suddenly your whole attack is going to be disarmed. So Vitality, of course, they have many more fraggers available to him, and they will be coming up. Bibu, for example, who managed to get a 1v4 clutch in that same G2 game. And I'm just interested in seeing how they will be dealing with the pressure and the aggression that Na'Vi is going to be bringing, and how they will match that.
One of the things I think we've seen from Bibu is he's grown in confidence and aggression over the season. I think if I'm going to kind of highlight Vitality and what they've been able to bring to a fight, he, for me as a player, is like, sure, at the beginning we saw some huge plays from P4 and Cactus and, you know, these big clutches from a lot of players, but Bibu steadily week in after week in, I think his performance from my perspective has been improving across the board, and I think that's a really good sign because he's such a big potential name for Vitality.
He is indeed. Something important here is that Valkyrie camera you just saw, they know exactly that Saves is repelled up here, but they're also going to be aware of the fact that it is going to be held, and well, a jump out or run out is going to be potentially a suicide mission. So they'll hold off to it for now and proceed to open up some of the utility pieces, trying to go for a little bit of a bait, right? You take out that new gemmer just to let them know, all right, we're not watching your flank at this very moment. But in the meantime, Doki already dropping down into the cigar balcony. It's Cactus to fall first, and that is Na'Vi taking the initiative right here.
That was a grenade drop beat, but there's the hop out, and there's Bibu double either side on the window. The diffuser's there, cold too. He'll pass that information back, and that's a long walk for the three Na'Vi players to try and pull some of this back together, because they were already putting pressure onto the balcony. They're already trying to dig in, and that severely isolates what they needed to do. Without that anvil on the opposite side, it's just a hammer, and well, that's a little bit less dangerous, but it's still nothing to ignore. So they don't. P4 swings on the corner and drops and cleans Cigar out as secretly finally finds his feet inside and able to try and offer a bit of revenge with a minute 10 on the board, and the diffuser still far away and a big bit of land between the two remaining Na'Vi players. They've got to try and find a Vitality player who gets a little bit too overeager.
Yeah, they need to find an opening somewhere secretly. However, taking a lot of damage will not be Peepa P4 as well, taking him down even lower. Bibu in the meantime back inside. He's underneath the red stairs right now, holding for a potential flank, and while Saves is trying to push up the white stairs, still the diffuser is nowhere in hand. Nitro is being tossed out, but will not be found, not find anything rather. Saves seems to be aware of the fact that there's, oh, he checked it, but he wasn't going to be able to go for it. And the second hand, however, going to be able to get the kill in, and with 30 seconds left, still plenty of time to make something happen, but both the members of Na'Vi are going to be so low. With P4 picking it up right there, it's only up to Saves, who gets taken out from a vertical angle on Cactus. And it's round one right here for Vitality, a defense one. On the back of a jump out of Bibu, you can almost say, dropping down the diffuser and two members. And with that, first round on the board, and it might be a very important one.
I said at the beginning, this is a map that's going to be sort of built and constructed around the aggression that's being brought here and the potential for Vitality to step into that game. And obviously losing one and then going for this double job outweighed. We saw Bibu for a long time toying with the ideas of where they wanted to go and where they wanted to apply this pressure from. Obviously, two of them on the window and neither of them watching the right place to get revenge. It sometimes happens on this map, and it sometimes happens quite a lot. It's Cafe. It's what it can offer teams that are bold and brash. Is if they're paying attention, it is suicide, as you said. Like, it's not as quick as Consulate can be in terms of those hop-outs and the movements and rotations. You don't have as much cover and as much support. It's a bit of a fall from the white stairs window to the ground, and an even further one from the site windows itself. So it's the bold that are able to survive this time, but will they try and replicate that later?
So Bibu originally wanted to go for the run out towards the southern side from the garage. Wanted to pick up the kill into Saves right there, who was watching his own run out. Realized that wasn't going to be able to be achieved, and well, the call probably came in. There's two on the east side, Bibu. If you really want, you can jump out there and pick up 2 kills, and so he did. And we all know how very annoying it is to deal with a defender that is playing on the outside, right underneath the wall, because you have to rappel down if you're from the roof, or you have to rappel up. Either way, the defenders are going to be aware of the fact that as soon as they're on that balcony, where you're going to be coming from, right? So Bibu really played that well right there. Managed to drop that diffuser, managed to basically stay outside for a long time, putting some huge pressure on Na'Vi because they couldn't instantly go and recover it. They had to go through the building to try and clear out the defenders, and well, we just saw how that happened. We ended up in an 0-1, and Na'Vi again on the attack right now, being a little bit careful about the windows, potentially C4s flying out, or maybe even people as we saw in the last round. So a bit more reserved.
Now then, steady descent down Cafe is how you usually take this dance. P4 with the extension around into the train room and make sure he's close enough to rotate his way around that hefty machinery, as Rise is the one that's offering some support. The Oryx has some potential for a little bit of the reverse vertical here, but it's not so massively prevalent. It's more getting those big rotations open and the plays that you can do otherwise in and amongst that. Quick sledging now as Doki offers the cover all the way across to the new balcony to make sure nobody swings and it gets a little bit too eager. It does seem like a lot of the Vitality bodies have actually just left this side for now.
That's something we do see quite often, though. Just falling back very quickly as soon as some pressure starts coming down. Of course, there is still two up here, Cactus and Rise. Rise being on that Oryx has the opportunity to jump up and down these hatches. So, for example, could be going down very quickly when the need is there and then jump back up on the hatch you see on his right bottom of the screen when pressure is being put down. And talking about that, P4, the first one to grab a kill, yet again, Sage now will be dead. Vitality will be able to get that opening kill with a minute left on the clock.
Well, the grenade pushes him into an awkward situation, and he seems to make lemonade out of those lemons. Drops the cross shot there. Another grenade hits Cactus, but he's still standing. And P4, well, he makes sure Doki isn't any more. Blur tries to swing close, but now it's only Blur, who has 5 players left to try to swing on. And they're pretty aware of where he is, and they don't even let him get one. Rise locks off the Flawless for Vitality, and this is their perfect opening.
Very good second round coming down right here from Vitality. Just playing it slow, keeping the members upstairs, using the verticality and using the nitros available to you to try and pick up some kills, just to ease it down a little bit for those 2 members upstairs. Also really like to see the grenade coming in, displacing, I believe it was Cactus, who then went a bit more aggressive and landed a kill in the back of that. So, grenade really not working out as intended right there. Vitality up to 2-0 right now, but of course it is a defense-sided map, and only now we are going to the tertiary bomb site. Vitality going to kitchen service, kitchen cooking, might be their weakest bomb site, hence they would choose it as the third one. And that means that this is the opportunity for Na'Vi. This is where they need to pick up the round right now if they want to be staying into this half, because as soon as Vitality are going to be able to complete that full rotation, it is only going to be harder from there on for Na'Vi.
Well, Na'Vi, you are struggling to get that open hold. Obviously, you found the opening kill in the first round with some well-played and placed grenades, but the hop-out came almost instantaneously, and from then on, it was the back foot since. So, what's the adaptation we might see? More caution was the previous call to arms as they started with a pretty slow take over the top, and it just seemed like they couldn't dismantle either of the 2 bodies on the top floor, regardless of how much utility and a body was thrown their way. It seems like Vitality, again, they're happy to be a little bit aggressive and flirt with a little bit of danger on Dostoevsky, but otherwise keep themselves, I guess, calm and collected on the site itself.
Vitality, they're the ones that have to make, well, some points enter their side of that scoreboard. But the same goes for Na'Vi. They want to be ending up in that first place. And I have been talking about it a little bit on the desk before today. 6 Invitational 2022 points are being given away at the end of the stage, and it will rely on the place where you actually end up. So the first place is worth so much more than that second or even third. And Na'Vi, they want to take that. They are the ones that managed to get the head-to-head on BDS, something no other team were able to complete as of yet. And right now, we do see a quick drop coming down onto the red hatch, a quick yokai drone trying to burst some sonic burst into Cactus right there, just slowing him down, making sure he's not going to be proceeding too quickly, or secretly, I must say. Sorry.
I think potentially it was also just to disguise the drone as well. I think they were like, well, this is going to get rumbled quick, so let's hit him and dip. And they're using these as steady information gatherers as they just keep them kind of agile and around. There's the pings on a Gemini that doesn't quite exist, with Nath still watching above, waiting for somebody to try and press the aggression onto the blue bodies that have slipped into the site itself so far. Steady catching of IQ to drop any of the potential around the freezer wall itself. I'm not sure if the Echo drone was still there, and if they missed it, it is, and they have. And I guess let's see if this comes back to bite them.
Yeah, that is going to be the big question, right? Are they going to be able to take care of that utility before it will punish them? Because right now, a lot of the verticality is being opened up by Na'Vi. They're trying to create these angles. Basically, the default ones. You're trying to put as much pressure onto the side as possible, forcing them to play offsides or into very specific places, which you can then go onto and focus to when you're actually execute. And Na'Vi continue to do so for probably the next 20 seconds or so before they start hitting the actual side directly. And with doing that, you're going to be trying to flush out just enough so you can potentially push your plan down the freezer hatch.
Doki dropped by P4. He was pretty injured, but he was able to hold his own and stop the IQ on the swing in, and that leaves those drones in the hand of Cactus dangerous, and dangerous with 40 seconds often turns into lethal. Rise, though, is stepping up alongside Bibu to find one apiece, and yet again, Na'Vi can't find their feet inside the building, truly being dropped before they can either start to pressure the site itself. It's Blur who gets one, but he's otherwise just kind of locked in the bakery with 15 seconds left.
Yeah, there's not much time, and he needs to go quickly if he wants to win this round. Not going to be trying to save the KD right here as he's cutting the corner very slowly right here. He's not able to find anybody as of yet, and as he checks the back for the second time, Bibu is there to pick up that final kill, and Vitality put themselves up the 3 rounds right now, and you can see at the top of the live rankings, this is not helping Na'Vi so far. They are on 2nd place. And Vitality is looking to burst themselves up into that top 4 position, which is so wanted by many of these teams. You want to be in that top 4 table. You do not want to be in that middle or even bottom table. Vitality really eager after all the criticism they have been receiving at the start of their roster. Really eager to show that they have what it takes, that they are indeed a super French team that is able to compete with the best.
Wow, a perfect rotation here, and I guess when we were asking which Vitality were we going to see, this is the one. They're very, very calm and calculated in terms of how they want to lock this down, but also they're happy to play that aggression game. They're not letting Na'Vi get any of their own pace rolling. They're cutting them off before they get the setup. They're making sure that they can kind of nip at the ankles and put the aggression and keep them guessing and keep them questioning just how safe and how locked in they are. And Na'Vi, we can see them start to do parts of setup, and that's the problem, is they're not being allowed to finish them, and they're feeling like they have to start getting the ground in. So far, this is Vitality's pacing perfectly. What can Na'Vi pull to try and dethrone this hold?
That's it. Luckily, though, for them, with plenty of time seeing the teams improve on the second half of the attack. And that is, of course, the round 4 to 6. And basically, Na'Vi only need 2 rounds if they want to have a decent health right here, Fluke. So it is not over yet. It is only round number 4, meaning there's still 3 to be played. However, if Vitality is going to be able to keep up this momentum, this is going to be very huge. Look at this, by the way. You have Rise below the red hatch. Yes, indeed. You have P4 below the cigar balcony hatch. So they're just waiting for one to open up. There it comes. That's the C4. That's the kill as well. It is secretly done. A second C4 will, however, complete the job he was meant to do. And a quick trade coming in from Doki on P4, but Rise able to shut that one down. A very explosive start here for Vitality to this round.
Wow, they quickly swung around and dropped the body on the window as well. Sure, they found P4, but you look at what's been taken out of the approach here from Na'Vi. They've lost half of their, well, they've lost 2 of 6 of their frag grenades, actually, and then they've also lost their ash charges as well, and it's a hefty bit of utility for the push style that they wanted. They have backups, and they have this still pretty sorted collection of thrown utilities and the ability to burn through the routes and routines as we are seeing. At the same time, though, what a blow.
Definitely a big blow right there for the likes of Na'Vi. Will not help them trying to get back into this health, but they're not slowing down yet. Nave getting the Gemini close and personal. They have to use a frag grenade to get rid of the Banshee that was located into the cabinet. I'm not sure if they actually got the mute as well, allowing for a potential push from that Gemini right after. But Rise is aware of the fact that there is going to be some players down into Cigar. Blur will be pushing from the rotation hole he just created himself, while Yana is pushing right through that doorway. But look at Shinka, he still has a C4 available. Is that going to be a third C4 kill coming in? He's definitely ready for it. He's just waiting for the call to be made. It's going to be just tossing it in blindly, however. Not able to pick up a kill. Will now have to rotate back to the site, as the rest of Vitality is just waiting for the 3 men of Na'Vi to finally hit it.
Yeah, went with a gasped idea, but it gives the game away that someone's beneath them, and that's a concern when you're watching with a man down, as you can't truly dictate someone to the angle. Saves. He's hopped up to the skylight to put pressure down the middle of the route. Cactus is getting himself overstimmed, and while gets dropped before he can make the Pro 90 work, there's Nath picking up some revenge, and finally Na'Vi have some momentum and have themselves on the site. Either side is being watched. There is a hop over. There's Saves getting one more. The final body, they know where it is, and saves the round.
There you have it, Na'Vi. I was going to say, it's really hard for them to still get back into it, but they're not giving up. And as they managed to basically flush out the piano, put some pressure down there with just a drone. A failed C4 coming in right after could have actually saved them the round if they held on to that a little bit longer. It was tossed in without any information being given in. Basically resulted in no information, no impact either. And Vitality really could have used that piece of utility right there to stop that planter, to stop that push in the middle of the site right there. Just toss it in. Could have been a double kill. Either way, Na'Vi, even though they lost very early on, they lost Doki, they lost secretly due to some spawn peaks and some spawn kill C4s. How do you even call that? We're able to still turn it around.
That there was the second one prepped that exploded if the first one didn't catch as well. Like, they kind of, they set themselves up for this idea of, okay, well, they'll either go for this one first or this one, but we have, like, whichever one he goes for, he's going to go for the next one almost instantly. So he's
not going to survive.
He's not surviving. He's not leaving this minefield.
And he did not. Question is, as we are going back, have again. See, Rise ready. As soon as this opens up, you know that he's going to be walking that way due to the fact that you want to open up that second hatch. And then the moment he drops and hits the deck, the second one blows up just to BM a little bit. Bit of overkill.
I don't think
they managed to get the clip.
You actually saw
no, it's not BM.
In the replay, you saw exactly when he threw it, which was as the first one was thrown, he was like, set the second one up. Get it ready.
Get it ready.
So it was a beautiful synchrony of death.
Yeah, there was no way he was going to get out of that alive. Otherwise, like, after he opened up the hatch, he was almost basically already dead. There was no way he was going to be able to run away from that quickly enough. Only opportunity he would have had was one of the teammates covering it off, but it doesn't matter anymore. What was done has been done. They still managed to win the round. That's what's important. And Na'Vi right now trying to put some pressure down. Will be taking care of the prox alarm before it actually gives away that they were coming down from the white stairs. That is going to be helping them a lot trying to push up in the future.
Ibu on the top floor, and alright, it's looking like he wants to be on the bottom as secretly opens up and takes care of P4. He's had a pretty big game so far, but Rise catches Doki at the bottom of the stairs. He's able to make sure he can lock him out. There's Nath, though, getting some revenge onto Bibu, but here's Rise looking for another bit of a fight of his own. Hops out, dropped down before he even began, and Nath, well, by the time we get to him, he's already looking at a different window.
He's that quick. Took a bit too long to go for the jump out there. Managed to instantly flick to him and, well, get it right before he managed to succeed. And now there's only 2 members left. We have Shinka and Cactus. One playing on that top floor, hoping to still establish some form of top control. The other one being on the side, but the A bomb side is completely open right now. You see a member being repelled up there. I believe it saves indeed. He's going to be thinking about potentially entering Blur at the bottom of the white stairs, looking to jump through that rotation that has been created by Shinka. Set themselves up for that plans. Yes, there are some holes being made. Yes, there will be some holes to try and deny it. Of course, Saves will still be on that window. Saves will still be there to try and cover his teammate. And as Nath is now opening up some of the windows as well to put up some extra pressure, they're really starting to try and hit the one man on side. Shinka, that is.
Well, there's a grenade around the corner, and Shinka almost caught the head of the man throwing it, but they escape and actually slip past to the other side of pillars. The C4 might get ripped, torn, and thrown over, and you look at the health of Nafe, and it puts you in this question of will he be able to survive it as Blur sticks on the other side. Shinka dropped, and they pre-fire towards Cactus and then finish the job. Na'Vi, they've been able to pull 2 rounds back, and oh yeah, they're not ready to take this one lying down.
That's what I said, right? You only need 2 rounds and you're going to have yourself a decent half as the attacker. So what started off really poorly here for Na'Vi, they managed to already come back to and secure at least those 2 rounds. And it's not over yet. There's still another round to be won. There's still another round to be played right here. And Na'Vi know that as well. They also have the opportunity now to go for the 3-3 even split. And while Vitality, who looks so strong then in these first 3 rounds, really would be having a little bit of a downfall in the middle of this game, as Na'Vi able to strike back, packing themselves back up together. Na'Vi really able to perform right now in these last 2 rounds and looking to make that 3 as the Lion, I believe, gets picked up to try and help with a roam clear or potential push down here on that kitchen.
I am curious, obviously, where that kind of gets brought and dropped. Obviously, it's something where, you know, sure, we've seen them struggle with some of the aggression on the roam from the hands of Vitality, but at the same time, they started to pick it up. They started to realize that they could set the pace. So you obviously, as soon as a Lion pops up, you're like, you know, it's a bit of a big use of utility to swing on and get those angles and the pressure, which we know Vitality can bite back and fight against before, but at the same time, they might just read, well, why are we doing that? Why not try and apply this quick pressure?
Green there will look amazing to see how these 3 members on Vitality have been able to completely swap up the playstyle and momentum that they've had and turn to from a team that was close to be relegated to a team right now that's fighting to get themselves into that top 4, and maybe even more, because they have been getting alive over these last couple of games, much like Rogue has been. Their streak has been ended. They lost to BDS just a game before this, but Vitality still have the opportunity right here to take down one of the top 3 Giants. If they manage to do so, they will be, well, thanked by BDS, first of all, but themselves are going to be very happy as well with another 3 points potentially to secure themselves a top 4 position.
Drone already popping off on the man who drops down this time. They put pressure down towards P4 with the angle on the opposite side. They're not going to get suckered out of it this time round as Cactus. I guess I'm curious to see if that drone survived. By the looks of it, no. I think as he swapped back to the standard camera and pulls his one that's still back on site, back to a more amicable position, isn't using it to have the roaming camera that they had before. There you go. And there's the E1D. It's followed up by waiting as the pressure comes on the bottom of White Stairs.
Sometimes, of course, the E1D gets used to secure themselves a little bit of ground, just a little bit. You don't always have to go for the gunfight. Of course, many might argue that when you pop that E1D, you need to swing everything as aggressively as you can because they will be standing still. But sometimes it is also just you want to use some of your utility. For other members, you use that E1D as a bit of a cover piece. And as I say, that Shinka able to pick up the C4 down onto secretly. That is going to be the entry of the round. And there's going to be 80 seconds left on that clock. Na'Vi still working on opening up the verticals, but they lost a very crucial member to do so. Still, of course, have tons of reaching rounds available for themselves to work with. Just have to make sure that they are going to be made useful and that they are going to be able to benefit from them, as Rice, hiding in VIP, will be holding a angle later on as soon as they decide to go for that hatch. He's just trying to hide right now. So they're not going to be aware. They're not going to be worried about a member being in VIP, waiting for the hatch drop to occur.
Well, now 40 seconds left, and they're still trying to solidify some of their positions and control of the site itself. There is a body just round to the corner of Doki, who's going to get dropped around the Christmas tree, I suppose. This could start telling the story. He goes for the fight, and he pre-fires it and takes it. Now it's a 4 versus 3. The E1D hated some of that, but obviously against the Vigil, not too much. 3 versus 2, but one of those is that Echo on those drones. He's holding angles for now and waiting for the pop round. Drops the man, and then hops back onto the drone. drone to see if he can catch the diffuser planter. It's stuck round on the close corners, moving and agile. They drop it. They're able to find the kill. They're concerned of the pop-up. They're not quite sure where it is. They've dropped the man that's the only bit of cover, and Na'Vi lose it. Vitality, they carry themselves round for the 4-2.
Cactus getting that kill down into the hallway, absolutely crucial. They thought they were going to be able to get away with the plan. They were checking for yokais. They knew it was potentially still there. And a very smart play right there, actually, just moving the yokai a little bit backwards, so he is going to be able to get an angle just over the bar. And while that is only going to be one way in that case, just dropping it back down instantly again, not giving them any opportunity of trying to get it. That forces Na'Vi to go aggressive afterwards. You saw that. You saw the member stepping out. You saw him trying to go for the kill onto the Echo, so they could go for that plant. It was being covered off, and while Vitality able to pick themselves up a 4th round as they continue to be in the lead. And well, it could have been better. It could have been worse, however. Na'Vi now on their defense are going to be well aware of that as well.
4-2, Na'Vi, you've done what is for a lot of teams enough, but for you, I know you're wanting to step it up. You can see those little parts of your play that you can fine-tune, and you've got your defense to see if you can, well, I guess, drive yourself to the end. Vitality, you've done well. It started strong, faltered a little bit in the middle, but locked off for some momentum on your hand, on your half, on your turn. Will your pace of approach be something a bit sharper than what Na'Vi could muster in their early rounds?
Now, this first round is going to be very important, as if Vitality will be able to pick up an attacking win straight away, that is going to be putting some immense pressure down onto Na'Vi. Of course, it's not going to be the 6th round yet. It's not the points being probably tossed away. And with that, guaranteed losing that first place for now. But it is going to be showing that Vitality is going to be able to bring the pace, and they are going to be able to bring the attacking wins that they need. And if it is already happening in the first out of 6 rounds, it's definitely not something you're going to be happy about, as B4 a bit worried himself about a potential C4. We'll be holding it off. A second one just blew up, I believe. Is that over the other hatch? I think it was.
Yeah, they tried to do the same game, waited for the first to break, and then went for the second, but Vitality, they kept their distance.
Outsmarted them. Knew what the flaw in their tactic would be and used it themselves right now. So Vitality got the second hatch for free. Took out a piece of the C4 utility. That, well, the only C4 that Na'Vi have available, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. What they can do now is try and take some ground. Need to take Cigar first. That is going to be the first point of interest, and it's P4, the man that's tasked on trying to get it. He's on the top of red. It's going to be firstly probably waiting for a drone to come in so they can finally go for that gunfight.
That's a lot of weighing up right now and a lot of pressure on whoever gets this first interaction. There's a slow potential swing from Anash. Nath looks away at maybe just the wrong time, enough to get back. As one swings round, the first pellets are thrown and nobody is truly caught. P4 obviously injured, but could have been a lot worse for either side. Nath goes for a bit of an explore around the bottom of the red stairs. He's toying with the idea of a potential run out, and he obviously doesn't have his C4 at this moment in time, so can't hit the bottom of those soft wood bits. Sees the hatches open itself as they set themselves up for the take across piano.
Now was waiting to potentially go up the red stairs, but Cactus is holding that. So right now, Vitality have control over Cigar, a really important piece of this map, a really important piece for this setup. And what they want to take next is, of course, Piano, but there's that one man down in the washroom, Doki. Able to pick up the kill. P4 will go down. That is going to be the momentum that they need on the side of Na'Vi, but Rise is going to be able to straight up swing in and get that kill. Right now, control of Piano also in the hands of Vitality, and this could be very good for them. They can try and catapult themselves, slingshot themselves into the site from here on, and hopefully go for a plant.
Well, Rise is thinking about hopping over and trying to apply some aggression to those bodies at the back. Blur locked down across the 2 balconies with the LMG as Nath finally finds his way up round the red stairs. He needs to apply some pressure now as the body count has finally fallen against them, and Bibu decides to push it even further with a triple. Nath is caught in his own smoke as Shinka's downed. They're going to stick the diffuser fire on the opposite side. They know where he is and they know how to try and play against him, but they don't even let them put the diffuser down. Vitality find their first attack round.
There you have it, and I said it. This is a very important round. If Vitality managed to find this, They are truly taking the momentum into their own hands right here. 5 more rounds for them to pick up one of the attack to secure themselves 1 point and overtime. And with that, the opportunity to go for the full 3. Don't forget that. That's the most important part here. That's what Vitality is out for. They want to grab those 3 points. And BDS, they must be looking at this match right now thinking, all right, boys, you beat us last week, but you're going to be having a hard time now. You're going to be giving back that first place to us. Thank you for keeping it warm and tidy. Now, come on, Vitality. Our French brothers, do what you must do. Yeah. Set yourselves up in that top 4.
Bit of French revenge.
Yeah, you think you beat the top French team, and then you're like, all right, let's go. And then the second French team comes in.
Bonjour.
And it's like, bonjour.
I don't know what.
No.
Yeah, if I knew more French, like Milosh, I would say
revenge is French.
I would say something clever in
revenge.
Is that true? Is revenge revenge?
I believe it is. I'm not 100% sure. Medic says it's baguette.
I don't think that's right.
I don't really agree with that. I don't think that's right. He's been in France a lot longer than us, so he should know.
France a lot longer than us, and I believe he's learning it. He's using a language learning app. It's going well. Really? I think maybe you should refund. You should maybe refund that app, medics. We can confirm revenge is not baguette in French, but what is just as delicious for French viewers is how Vitality are playing this so far. Bibu obviously careening around and getting a triple was a big play, and from that point onwards they're able to swing the momentum into their round. You need a big player to stand up at the front of a roster, the tip of the spear, put the pressure and find some success, and so far Na'Vi haven't quite been able to have that across the board. A lot of players are generally struggling. Saves has had
see what's happening.
Standout moments. No.
There's a hatch in freezer. There's an Amaru in freezer with the diffuser. That is the actual side. Do you see any rotation holes? I don't either. This is going to be very quick right here. I think they are unaware of the player in train though. P4 is looking to go in. You see a lot of grenades being used on the white stairs right now. That's the gunfight they want to win. He's in right now. There comes the plant. 45 seconds soon on the clock. They're unaware on the likes of Na'Vi. They managed to get a kill, however. Will they be too late? Yes, it's too late. See him. No, will go down. And the Amaru will drop down back through the hatch. 45 seconds. No, actually 40 now. And Saves will be on the top of white stairs, so they have some pressure. But Cactus is in a very good position on the upside down rappel to try and challenge it.
Oh, well, P4, he's under, and they're looking, and they're not finding. He's waiting for someone to try and peek onto this, and he gets dropped on his root rack round. There is Doki, taking this opportunity to try and get this diffuser done. He's close, but close does make it. He hit the other 2 players.
Protect the president.
Blur and secretly threw themselves in front of President Doki, and he got the diffuse. What was that round?
There's no way that you can blame Cactus for that. He got 2 kills on that 1 swing. There's no way you think, all right, there's going to be a third one that's actually diffusing at that moment in time. Very unlucky that he's not going to be able to secure that round right there. I really like the play and the pressure that Vitality put up. And it should have been the 6-3 right now. It should have been 6-2, I must say. It should have been match point for Vitality. But protect the president. The strategy coming in right here. Doki going for that defuse. Everybody throw everything you have, your bodies and your lives, right in front of him. Make sure that that window is going to be useless. Tanking all the shots. And does Na'Vi. They will stay into this game for just a round longer right now. But there's a lot of pressure being put down from Vitality. A lot of quick plays and nifty plays. And Na'Vi unable to respond as of yet. Of course, that defuse coming in, saving the round, but that's about it.
It was a very, like, what is it with French teams pulling off those Amaru diffusers?
First Tempera, now this.
Yep. There was, we've seen Tempera do it on Oregon. We've seen, was it Tempera who did it on Villa as well?
Not sure. Could be, actually. I mean, they were, oh my, look at this. You see,
I like how he shot the diffuser first.
And he didn't register the third. And you cannot blame Cactus for that. There 3 people are literally, there's 3 people left, right? You would maybe expect 1 to try and challenge a different corner or angle rather than all 3 sitting on the same square centimeter of the map.
Hey, if it works.
If it works, it works. I'm not blaming it, but like you cannot blame Cactus for that because he got 2 kills out of that. He just was not aware of the fact there was a third.
Okay, 5-3 Na'Vi. It's not quite over yet, but obviously skinnier teeth is no way you want to pull yourself back through the round. So let's see what you've changed here to set yourself up for more of a story of success. They are quick to try and burn their way through these hatches, but they're also concerned of the potential C4 on the hatch. But nobody from the guns of Na'Vi is holding Cigar this time. They've dropped out, rotated off. It wasn't where they lost themselves before, but look at the hole leading just into Cigar from the Christmas in the piano room. It's ready and waiting for a C4 to be lopped underneath. They have prepped themselves for the potential of more damage done on a rotation underneath. They realized it wasn't truly contested, so let's punish them for that.
Remind Safe still has a black eye in pocket. Could use this on the late round when they actually are in need of information, or for example with the default cam gets taken out. Just toss it up there again, because this weakness, if you look at this take, is literally a plant right behind one of these cabinets, because it's very south heavy, it's very white heavy, and Saves is the one that needs to make sure that the plant is not going to be coming down just out of nowhere. And he has that C4 and he has a black eye to do so, so he has the tools. He just needs the backup of his teammates. And the time is actually there. Snafe is trying to slow them down. Spots out two people in Cigar, one on top of the red stairs, and a lot of pressure is coming down. They want to use the concussions to try and slow them down, but P4 in the meantime, they're all entering. Just three people down onto the side. Blur is going to be taking out one, but there is Vitality able to pick up a couple of kills, but it's Na'Vi that somehow reigns supreme so far. Only up to Rise, however. 1v2 situation up against the Clash and Secretly.
That is not great in anyone's books. The Clash, you can see her steadily making her way back over like a nightmare that's getting a little bit closer as that shield tries to get some control of where they are. Oh, there they are. You combine that with the possibility of the smoke on the opposite side. Well, Rise, you've got a tough battle ahead of you. They've stacked themselves up either side. They're doubling down with their support structure, sure. 40 seconds. Rise has the potential to go on a big rotate, but you know as soon as the intel comes through of where you are, you're going to be met by a Clash, a lot of electricity, and then probably not long after the guns of the smoke. The canister falls over to Cigar. They're going to make sure you don't just, well, you do, just dip your way in, start to put pressure onto and pick the diffuser back up. You're looking for the other fight, but they find you first, and Na'Vi find themselves back within only a round.
Ooh, all right, there you have it. We're getting closer to the equalizer right here. Na'Vi able to make this defense stick using that Clash in that 1v2 situation right there to get the information, slow down the attacker's approach. But it was a very good read again from Vitality. They realized, okay, one or two people have an angle onto the side, the rest is not directly on it. We might have the opportunity to outrun them and overrun the sides. Now, they tried, unfortunately failed, as the two members of Na'Vi were too strong, too quick on the trigger. The high pace, pressure, tempo that is coming down from Vitality is definitely helping them. It's definitely getting them close towards that sixth round, the oh-so-wanted sixth round, as they would secure themselves at least a point, which would be already very helpful. It would, of course, Na'Vi be very painful.
Okay, Vitality, things haven't quite gone your way these past two rounds, but to be fair, the first of those two was close. That was the strongest that we've seen Na'Vi look on their defense so far, but it kind of still came down to a very scrappy gunfight in the middle of the room where the body trays just went a little bit further away from you. Can you be the one that break that Playday streak in the top left of Na'Vi? All dubs, and you with a couple of L's in your pockets.
All right, 4-5. We're going into round number 10 right now. We're down in the basement. Well, not really basement, it's first floor rather. Or ground floor, as we would say. Same for you guys. Down in the kitchen, that is. And there is going to be a bit of a top floor roam. We have Blur putting down some of the pests, making sure that the drones are going to be having a hard time to be entering. Looks like Vitality is having none of that, though. They're looking to directly hit the site. You wouldn't be putting Rise into a position that he's currently in if you want to be opening up many vertical holes. So what I'm thinking is that we're yet again going to be seeing a bit of a quick play right here. It looks like Vitality is very well aware of the fact that this might be a weakness for the likes of Na'Vi. And as the termite charges are going off, they already have opened up both walls. And it can build on from here. They can try and just take it from there because there's only one person on site. The rest is all off site, but they have angles into that side. They have angles into that breach. That is something Vitality needs to be very careful of.
Nath is steadily opening things up, but Rise is doing the same. Takes care of saves, and that's the Legion off the board, sure, but it's also a big gun. There's one more. Shinka finds Doki and starts to pull the bodies out of the furnace and make sure that they can keep this kitchen cool. Blur tries to creep up long and see if there's anybody on the far side. They are holding an angle, but it's more making sure nobody has a quick approach down from the staircase itself, as he actually creeps himself back onto the site to keep an eye on those breaches. Nath has the potential to try and rotate down red and get a close swing on a body, but is concerned, obviously, when you're playing with this man disadvantage. You're waiting for them to try and make a move so you can punish them for it. Oh, he just slips by. Does he slip further? Blur finds one. The C4 onto Shinka. There is the flash over the top, and there is a lot of bodies. Wow, bullets into the body of Secretly.
Grenade coming in right there. P4 will be able to take out Nave. So that is going to be 2 members left now on the likes of Na'Vi. Blur will be taken out next as Rice to get that kill. And it's only up to Secretly now. Has 2 smoke canisters, but he needs to do everything with about 20 HP. The defuse in the meantime going down. 4 seconds left onto that timer, and he will be taken out. B-Boo securing that kill. Picking up the 6th round that we were talking about, Fluke. BDS is back into first place. It is Na'Vi that lost it right here. And now they need to make sure that they are doing damage control. They need to make sure that they get the 2 points from this game, or at least the 1. They cannot go home here without any points, because that is basically counting them out for the rest of this stage and the fights that are yet to come for this last week.
It puts them in a bit of a tricky situation here, but you've got to give credit. Vitality have been playing very, very well. As I said at the very beginning of this, pace and aggression. You look at Rise and BB, both top of the board, with 21 kills between the pair of them. They've been able to lead on those swings of aggression. They've been able to have a handle on what their opponents have been wanting to do throughout this entirety of this game, and they aren't scared of throwing themselves at Natus Vincere, which a lot of other teams have been. So I guess it tells the story of where we're at, but it doesn't mean it's over for Na'Vi. We know they have this ability to step up and pull plays out when they're most needed. We've seen them do it before when they've been suffering on this exact situation in terms of round count and positioning. Can they, I guess, try and replicate what they've done against teams like Virtus Pro?
Can they bring it back from here? Na'Vi. Who is going to step up? Blur. Are you going to make these amazing plays again that we have seen? The ace starting it off in round number 11 it was back then, followed up by a clutch right afterwards from a vertical angle. We've seen you do it once before, Blur. Are you going to be the one that steps up right here? Or is it going to be Doki, the man that we saw getting so many entry frags already over the season? Or Saves, who we all know for his, well, magnificent saves that we have seen over the course of Siege history? Is any of these members going to be stepping up right now and stopping Vitality dead in its tracks? Or is it Vitality that will just walk away with the 3 points, laughing at everybody who criticized them at the start of the stage? Which one will it be?
Still cautious as they go for their approach, making sure they don't get caught out by those swings of C4 aggression that they, I guess, both put pressure onto Na'Vi with and also suffered almost once before. They know that they're on map point, but they're keeping themselves calm and level because they know how precious the fight around the mid-table is getting, and if they can pull some blood from the bodies above them, well, that is really going to put them in a good mood and a bit of success story as they push themselves further and further. Blur dances dangerously around Pixel, peppers bullets towards the windows to see if they catch anybody other than the frames itself, but otherwise just kind of ruining the handiwork of the architects.
Doki hiding in the corner, trying to make sure he goes for a bit of a hero play, you can almost say. Managed to pick up 1-2 and then drop down into safety. It'd be very helpful. P4 in the meantime, however, is right below him and they don't seem to be aware. Drone not spotting him out either. Trying to take care of the evil eye that is finding itself inside fireplace, but that will be taken care of with an impact grenade. And P4 is very well aware of the fact that Nave might be peeking from the balcony, but as he rotates around, it might be that actually the side's going to be hit right now, and there's still 2 members, 3 members actually on the top floor. They're starting to rotate down now from the white stairs. Nave already almost losing his life right there. There's only 65 seconds left on the clock. Doki able to pick up 1, Doki able to pick up 2 before he gets taken down himself. That might be the play that they need on the likes of Na'Vi to get themselves back into this round.
Well, you said the possibility of a hero play, and it came together there as Turkey was able to get that drop down and took care of P4 and Cactus. But P4, as I said, was still locked down, still keeping a firm eye. That Echo drone might be the big problem that they find themselves suffering a little bit later if they do try and stick the diffuser in Fireplace, where they have been opening up so far and keeping their angles. With only 30 seconds, it would be tough for them to go to a full rotate, but it seems like steadily they want to either put pressure up the bottom of White, which is currently uncontested, and draw some attention and eyes away from it. Blur is trying to keep things locked down as Save suffers up top. He needs to be the body they keep standing, especially as we get closer and closer to the end of the round, especially with that drone just caught around the corner, and make sure that they get cooked as soon as they enter. But Blur's going to drop them as they swing round Zulu. There's the aggro against the Echo, and that is a very important take. Dropped on the opposite side. Suddenly just Shinka versus the world. Knows where one is, but he's a little bit lower than that. Goes for the stick and secretly hits him with the boomstick.
The boomstick indeed, and he flew off. Just shot right above him, as you can see. It must be a scary experience right there. They managed to make it stick. 5-6. Right now, the score of Na'Vi are starting to climb back, and they need one more round if they want to be able to secure themselves at least that 1 point and try and fight for the 2. Damage control, we would call it. But Vitality over the course of this match has been in the driver's seat, I dare to say, of the majority of it. One of the rounds, of course, clutched out. Was a plant very early on. We saw the Yamaru dropping through the hatch, really getting that plant down. And it was Cactus that didn't know there was apparently a third one on that diffuser. And right now, Na'Vi, on the back of that clutch, have the opportunity to fight for overtime. They have the opportunity to fight for the 6th round. They have the opportunity to try and go for damage control. As Vitality is hoping that they will be putting up those 3 points and will allow themselves to move up. You already saw them drop down 1 place in the back of round differential right there. They're in 5th now. Might be popping back up to 4th if they win yet another round, because right now the round differential is, of course, 1.
Stacked up with the poke mats to see if they can come through in the tradition that they have for G2. And actually, in the opening game of today, we saw 2 people caught in mats. I think it was Empire suffered on entrances, as well as... I'm trying to remember what was the opening game of the day was now. It was... VP
I was off on that one.
It was...
there we go.
Yeah. And two players caught in maps in the same round.
All right. Oh, I like this. Make a little bit of a rotation. Put the frost mat right behind him. Attackers trying to push with some extra pace, which is something we've definitely been seeing from Vitality here today. We'll just be using that rotation like it's their own. Accidentally hopping into the poke mat. It's not something you want to happen, especially not in this round. Round number 12, match point. Last one you will have for a bit. You need to make sure this one sticks if you want to go for the full 3 points. You are the one that has the opportunity to Vitality. It's yours to lose.
Still slow and steady. They are still 1 round away from a full fat 3 points, which looks so delicious with all the fighting that's going on close to and around them, especially with, I guess, Rogue obviously stumbling a little bit as well. It gives them the opportunity to try and catch up to the top of the board if they can make Na'Vi stumble too. And we obviously saw how it went for G2 earlier today as well. It's a great opportunity for Vitality to make up some ground here, and this is the round that they can really do the most damage. Blur, he's holding around Pixel. He's dancing dangerously and hoping someone comes for him. It's Rise that might be the first confrontation, but he's concerned about rotating around. Doesn't want to get caught out by a close angle, so instead goes a bit wide. Is it wise? Well, Doki drops Shinka, so wherever that was, that wasn't.
I thought that was going to be the shot from Blur coming down right there with the P10 run. He was ready to gasp, and I did, but unfortunately it was for the wrong one. Neither way, it is Na'Vi managing to pick up the opening kill yet again, but Bibu was going to be able to respond, and Doki now to put some pressure down. He knows that they have to go for an execute anytime soon. There's about a minute left on that clock. He's giving away his position there. Bibu now knows he's close on the door frame. He's just waiting for the peak to come in. Doki, if he sets 1 foot to the right, his head will be taken clean off right here, but Bibu was the rest of Vitality's trying to take ground elsewhere.
Well, Bibu is actually rotated off to find a different angle as Rise suffers. You can see the steady approach towards those pillars as Cactus drops secretly with some big shots there. There's P4, waits for the camera, saw it flicked on and went, well, I'm not going to play that game, as they drop them out from the opposite side. 30 seconds, wherever they push, they've got to push hard and heavy. Cactus wants to try and make his way in, but he's concerned of somebody just above him, and rightfully so. We can see the rotation coming through there, and if they get caught out with the diffuser down on these back stairs by Blur, that could be the disaster being spelled out for them that puts them into OTP4 is the one that's going up to try and find the fight and draw some attention away so they can try and slip this diffuser in. This could be it, the kill that matters the most in this round. There it is, P4 drops the man, and instantly Cactus floods himself into the site, has to stick this and make it count, and Malusi is the one that could stop it. Saves though, swings round, and we're in OT.
We're in OT indeed, and they saw it. They knew exactly what to cover. The member was there, but the gunfight won by saves. Able to perfectly transfer it over as well, making sure that Termite had no chance of getting that diffuser down. And Na'Vi find themselves in OT yet again after being down 6-4. And right now have the opportunity to go for the 2 points themselves. Both have secured one. Who's going to be walking away with the last one that is remaining? As I believe a tactical timeout will be called from Vitality. They just lost their game point, their match point, their 3-pointers point twice in a row. And they now have to, get back together. All right, guys, calm down. We know we have the advantage if we bring the initiative to them. And that is, again, what they're going to be trying to achieve probably in the next round. You saw over the last couple of rounds, they slowed down a little bit. And with that, Na'Vi able to strike back.
I think that's it as well. As Na'Vi, they work quite well in pressure situations that we've seen. Sometimes if they're pushed against the wall, we get some of the most outlandish play from them. The situation there where obviously they seem to be a little bit more like, we've got to step it up. We've got to bring another level to this. Vitality, for their game so far, they've been hitting some outstanding shots across the board, and they really led in with that, and they were able to kind of control a lot of this game with that and with the ability to win their ones in those situations. But Na'Vi are scrappy. They're able to keep finding themselves in these little, just round-winning bites at, I guess, success and prosperity. And sure, there are some moments throughout this where maybe things and the winds of luck have blown their way a little bit, but they know how to press themselves into the chance of taking an advantage.
It is what brought them to the top table in the first place. The many hero plays we've seen, Blur against VP, Doki in the early games just going absolutely insane, grabbing so many kills for the likes of Na'Vi. And right now again, some good team play. Doki able to pop off in one of the rounds, and the other day just managed to stall out enough time. So Vitality couldn't go for an execute, couldn't go for a plant right there. Na'Vi managed to claw themselves back into a match from a 6-4 deficit up to overtime. And this one is going to be important as well. They want to stay ahead of the game. They want to make sure that they pick up the 2 right here, especially now they have the opportunity to. But Vitality, they're also very hungry.
I think that's it. 4-2 on the split either side. Vitality, though, they're obviously going to feel like a couple of those rounds could have been theirs and maybe would have been if 1 or 2 bullets had gone a slightly different way. So they're still cooked. They still want to put this pressure on fast and instantly dropping grenades to the top skylight to see if they can catch anybody there is a lead in, sure, but it hasn't led to anything as of yet. Pressure pressed upon, obviously red windows and all of those staircases and everything that's around that angle as the camera gets dropped in the corner. That limits and cuts off some of the eyes and impressions, but we can see a body playing around inside Train. Potentially with the C4, it's Doki, and secretly I think is around there too. Yeah, just off the corner, they have 2 C4s not too far away to try and apply some pressure here quick if they wanted to. Secretly for now is just going to stick on cams.
I'm going to try and give out some calls to the members playing. The Doki, of course, has an open hatch right above him. That's the opportunity to try and go for an advantageous peek right there, hopefully picking someone up, but the amount of time left. We do see a very aggressive peek right here coming down. Right, he's not able to land a yet. Blur somehow tries to escape, but will fail to do so. Cactus from the piano window will be picking him up. And it's going to be the entry right here that is necessary for Vitality to potentially slingshot themselves into a very last second take again, but this time with a man advantage, this time having the opportunity to go for these trades, as still 2 members find themselves on the top floor, I believe, in the likes of Na'Vi.
Now the pressure comes the same way they wanted to plant before, but this time they're diversifying themselves just a little as P4 starts to clean his way towards the door of the library around the pillar's side. They got themselves a little bit bottlenecked before inside Fireplace and found themselves having to recoup and recount their losses in a much more dangerous manner. This way, they'll open themselves to more options and more possibility of trying to get a little bit of a last-minute rotation and I guess dig themselves in a different direction, and it keeps them with a bit of a lock and control here to stop that drop as well from before. Shinka finds Doki, obviously the man who swung the momentum this time last time. Another nice shot comes through and secretly takes care of P4 in the meantime. Hits them with a yes. That's the response to the nice shot there. Less is seen, but hey, it's OT. Why not flirt with danger?
The gun 6 was used there to breach open the wall next to the fireplace, and people now playing from here, hoping to find secretly as he is trying to rotate around. There's about 10 seconds left on that clock. They need to go for that. Plans as Rise will be able to take down the last piece of top control secretly. Will be dropped as well. Nave now needs to drop down. He needs to go aggressive, but he will fail to do so. Cactus picks him up, and Vitality yet again will find themselves on map and match point. This time, however, only worth 2 points, but it's still going to be something they will be taking. As you said, if you manage to take away points from the top dogs, you're going to be very happy about that.
And now it's a tactical from Na'Vi, which, hey, you've got it. May as well use it on your only option to potentially use it. And there were a couple of moments earlier on in the game when I was thinking, are they going to do it now? And I think here they're just breaking up the momentum. They're getting their heads together and making sure that they can kind of have a reset when you need it most. Because you're right, they have already lost a potential of 1 point. And they don't want to leave with just a point when the fight for the top is this close, and when Vitality are one of those kind of 5th place, 4th place teams, they're dancing around that danger zone. It's not a huge points difference between where Na'Vi is right now and where Vitality is, and with 4 playdays left, including this, they need to make them all count.
Anything can still happen. If Na'Vi falls from this point onwards, they kill the Kings, and afterwards won't be able to take the wins anymore. It could just as well be a Rogue, a G2, or a Vitality that take that place right behind BDS. So Na'Vi as well, they know what the pressure is of this game. They need to, well, basically neutralize Vitality, as they are a true threat to their existence, to their, well, their place at the top right now. And they need to make sure they take 2 rounds in a row right now. They managed to do it the last time they were on a match point situation. Round 10, that is. This time, they need to bring it back to even and then finish the job themselves. Are we going to see the hero plays that are necessary for it? Or are we going to see a very well orchestrated attack from the likes of Na'Vi right now that will blow our minds and, well, blow Vitality into the gutter as well? As with a very, like, what you would need right now would be a flawless round, for example, on the likes of Na'Vi. If you really want to get that momentum and the mental in your favor. You don't want this to come down very closely.
Oh, it's always the weather for a flawless round.
It's always time for a flawless round. For any team. It's always time.
Right. He's gone up high with the Vigil to try and, I guess, put off the ROM and put off the potential play of being pinched before, as I've said, and we sort of had a taste of. They have been pretty happy with the destruction they can cause around the upper echelons and stretch of the map. They put themselves in positions to kind of draw the attention of Na'Vi and punish them, which is the most important part. Confident to swing aggro on angles and really put the pressure in. And oh, there's a start. Nath taken out by P4. You lose those 2 of your 6 frag grenades, and you lose obviously the Gemini for her potential
and the gun 6
screening, and the gun 6 too, and that was just from the swing. Yet again, we talk aggro, they swing on small bake window.
Yeah, it's not going to be helping them for sure. And Shinka right here in prep, waiting for a member to go aggressive as well, wanting to go in with that shotgun. Cactus trying to go for a little bit of a bait play. Not sure if you saw that, just putting down a couple of shots, letting them think it might be safe to go for it. And as the drone is going to be picked up right here, they're still very wary about the fact that someone might be around here. There, Shinka will be able to take down the kill. Doki truly assassinated as Blur just managed to open up onto the angle right there. Not going to be able to find a refrag, and this is looking really good for Vitality now. They have the opportunity. They have the 2-man advantage. They just need to continue trading now. They need to shut down any attempt on any hero play from Na'Vi, and they are going to be the ones that are walking home with the 2 points tonight.
Yeah, 2-body advantage, and there's still a minute 30 left, and there's still, as you can see, concern for where Vitality are going to be, where they're going to throw themselves out next, and where they want to apply the pressure from next. Also, there's still an Echo on the board with 2 drones. There's still a huge amount of Valcams as well. There's a lot of intel, and that is a slow burn of a torch that is just, again, every second of that is, well, where are they now?
All right. 60 seconds left on that clock. What is Na'Vi going to do? You have 2 members down in the bakery. They're trying to toss in these grenades, maybe take care of some of the anchor positions, maybe some utility. One of them is trying to go for the flank right here. And as the, well, actually, grenade hits Shinka right there. That's going to be a kill. That's going to be making it a little bit easier for these last 45 seconds. And with Save's trying to go for a flank, he might be able to find 1 or 2 as well.
Wow, this is the fight, though, that we talked about at the beginning. That Vigil is the one that's causing problems from above with that ability caught on the camera, and that'll be fed instantly to Vigil, who's going to hold the angle. They know each other's there, and Saves has a dance, but with 20 seconds, he's been able to secure some vertical control, but some, is it enough, is always that big worry and concern. Rise is still playing around with his gadget, making sure he can catch either side as they pop themselves right down the middle. Blur, he's gone deep, and he's going to try and stick it, but secretly gets dropped. Saves drops 1. The trade comes through. It's a 1 versus 3. It's all Vitality.
Yeah, if Vitality are going to be able to walk away with the 2 points right here, and look at them. Most of them very happy. And now, okay, finally, the last laughter is coming out right here. And Vitality, a hard-fought victory. They might have wanted to go for the 3 points here as they were 6-4 up, and, well, a failed attempt at the Amaru plans. Well
BB's happy with his French revenge.
He's happy with the French revenge. So will be the SB. There might be a little bit of like, guys, this could have been 3 if we were able to find that kill onto Doki. That was defusing, but nonetheless, they managed to beat Na'Vi, the ones that were currently on the top. Vitality proving their, well, the biggest critics wrong, so to say, and taking home 2 points today, which will be coming in very importantly for surely this stage and the 3 next to come.
Well, a little bit more work for them to do as they put themselves forward towards the possibility of pulling themselves up the board. 3 play days and, well, I guess taking blood from the current top team who are no longer. That's the perfect way to do it, really. But we're not going to break into this too much. Instead, we'll throw it over to the desk and they can give us a little bit more.
Nice shot.
Yes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, I gotta say, in-game chat for EU games is always there's always something to dig through the lost in translation way of describing. I think that's a good way of describing it when it comes to EUL games. But here we are, Jess.
I mean, given some of the pre-game chat that we've seen that Medics sent to us, I'm glad that it's not all public. I'll say that much.
I definitely agree with you. That doesn't just include player pre-game chat, but also ours. So let's try to keep it that way for the future. Just as we're back on the analyst desk, and congratulations, man! Holy Toledo, Vitality victorious and against Na'Vi. What is this? What is happening with Vitality? How did they find the power in them to be so comfortable as to attempt ballsy plays and a victory?
No, I've been calling it for weeks, for play days now.
Oh, you've been talking trash about Vitality. What are you talking about?
I've said this in the last week, and you guys questioned me. Not last week, I think it was the week before that, where they got their first win, and I said, well, I actually think they have a really solid foundation. So Dez is doing this because he's never heard micro-analysis before. He doesn't know what that is.
Well, he knows all about the micro, don't worry.
It's another language. But nevertheless, I really do think that given that first win, it showed so much promise. They went on to future weeks to show more promise. And to take Na'Vi out now, I'm not that surprised as I would be if it was another team on the leaderboard. So for me, I think they'll overtake Cowana on the standings. I actually think they're a better team than Cowana, and they haven't played today, so we'll see. But I do think that they are a better team than Cowana, and that would put them top 5, which I actually think they deserve to be.
Something maybe
against a team that's 14-1. Jesus.
Look, Vitality can still play Cowana in the very final Playday. That's on April 25th. So it's possible that on that day we could have a shift in the top 4.
Sure.
It's literally like the final game of the stage. So it's big.
Yeah, we spoke about this on Playday 2, actually said that we might see these two teams, speaking of Cowana and Vitality, fighting over 4th place, given how things are shaping up, and it's quite scary to think that is fast becoming a reality. But as in case you want to recap, here's how the game went down as well, some of the key players to kind of shout out here. Naturally, Bibu. I look back at one of the rounds where he had a massive 3K, I forget which one it was, but from a losing situation, round 7 this was, he just pops up with a 3K and completely flips that round on its head. Was unbelievable. And sadly, the efforts of Na'Vi, I think, were a little bit scattered at times. Players being picked off on the roam, for example, or taking long gunfights on the defense. They really shouldn't have been taken against Vitality. Just a few rounds, I think, they were a little bit scrappy and didn't really come together the way they would have hoped. And, you know, I think just Vitality were a team that were far more together today. And like Jess and me alluded to back at the very start of this, I think Vitality have slowly been piecing things together over time. We didn't go as far as calling them the dark horse, but did say they could cause an upset today.
And it's good that Bibu will get the limelight it needs, because I think for Vitality at the moment, it was Shinka that was predominantly taking the limelight for Vitality on a consistent rating basis. Today, he'll walk out as that frag of 4, you know, doing his role, as he should be. The people that are playing the Zofia, those flex frag or fragging roles, entry roles even, they should get the limelight for doing their job well, and Bibu did his job well here today.
I love that attempt with the Amaru play into dining. Try and plan through there.
It's cute.
For me, like, even though they lost it, it shows that Vitality are confident enough to even try a strategy like that. Something, if you came to us like 2 weeks ago and you told us that this is something that they would attempt, we wouldn't have believed you. We wouldn't have thought that it was something that they would be comfortable enough to do. So, I mean, kudos.
You can take the P4 out of Tempera, but you can't take the Tempera out of P4. All I'm going to say.
That's actually a pretty good way to put it, Des. There you go. You were screaming it in that moment. It's like, yeah, it's the Tempera influence all over again.
It's Tempera. It's Tempera. Remember, they were one of the first teams for the while on console that were pioneering like the console plant from Piano.
Yeah.
Sort of strat they used to employ, and then other teams were like, oh, we can take that idea and start using it here and there, and they employed a similar thing on Oregon against G2 into kids. They love the Amaru, so I love that they're still retaining it, and we still get the creativeness of Tempera. It's cool.
Well, for Na'Vi, they're no longer at first place, of course, today. But hey, next week they play against Rogue, so that's something that will have a major shift in the top 4. I talked about this right before we started this game. Like, you know, you never know what's going to happen within the top 4 and then the teams that are just outside it. What? I think that the games that we've had today, it just emphasizes that even more than we did before.
You know what I thought looking at it in the standings as well? We said at the start of the game, or it's one thing that I wrote down in my notes, and only when I read it out loud did I think, actually, that doesn't sound so solid anymore. I was like, they've got Rogue, they're coming up against Vitality, they've got Empire, they've got G2 on the final day. Those first 3 teams are all teams that had a pretty sucky start to the stage. But with Empire performing today, Rogue being on the win streak, they're on a little bit shaky today, but still looking great, and Vitality now at full form. I thought this could be a nice walk to the title for Na'Vi. Suddenly I'm thinking this is what looks like a real nice walk down a lovely meadow path has just turned into like a really scary nighttime forest with overhanging branches and things staring at you between the trees. This is not going to be an easy or safe walk for them. It's going to be scary.
You just given me some very creepy vibes from, you know, at least that's me. It's my experience. You know, watching. Not Sleeping Beauty. What's it called? What's her name? The girl with the apple thing. What's the apple that's
girl with the apples? Snow White.
Snow White. Thank you very much. Snow White. There's my lore showing. But it reminds me of like a walk in the woods there. It was creepy as hell. When I was a kid, man, I could not watch that without being scared. So that says a thing or two about me and my life, how I am. There you go. A bit of backstory. Justus, thanks so much for going through my very odd day today. But it's an odd day for many teams here in EUL, and we're gonna see the 2 oddities. Keep an eye on them with Cowana and Team Seeker. That's right after the break.
take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League, our final matchup, Team Secret versus Cowana Gaming. And we all know that we're awaiting Cowana games because we get to see posts and videos from Mr. Officer, who may or may not be actually me, because we've never been in the same... Nobody's ever seen us in the same room.
That's a big conspiracy theory to just...
I mean,
it is.
Maestro, Milosh,
yeah,
Mr. Officer, and Qaed. Are they... And I mean, honestly, are they the same person? Who knows? We're just going to have to figure it out one day when we're all at LAN. So here it is. Hap Fluke, we are on the analyst desk for this final game, and we're keeping our eyes open for this one.
Stop. No, we're not doing this. You've been doing this the entire evening already. This is an intervention. You're going to stop now. All right? You can make it at the end of the game. All right? Let's go one desk without jokes.
And at that point, you get to say, was it an eye for an eye?
Oh my god!
Or you get to ask, are they sleeping with one eye?
No, I'm gonna turn on my camera and just walk away. But
I can't believe you would do that.
I wouldn't.
I would close my eyes if that would happen.
Oh my god! Prediction, can you blur me out so I can walk away? Like...
you know how much I love you, right? So I'm glad to have you on here. It makes my day very, very good. So here we are for the game Secret versus Cowana. What's the overarching story for this one before we talk about our rosters?
Well, one is chasing the top four, and the other one is struggling to pick themselves up because, one of them is really struggling, and the other one is starting to show signs of greatness.
Yeah, I mean, there's no, I guess, more of a way to put it than that. Obviously, Secret, they've had some tough games, and I think for where they are on the board, a lot of people feel like they've performed better than where they are, and it's been a bit unfortunate at times. Cowana, it's either out of the park or it's they miss the ball and they strike out. There's no real middle ground with them. So this is a game that might kind of define their pace, I think.
All right, so let's take a look at our rosters. First of all, starting from the bottom, it's Team Secret currently not having that great of a time, not feeling too good down in the EUL standings, despite the Gonfi Slabin change.
Yeah, Slabin doing really well, actually, and I know I'm not allowed to swear on stream, so I'm going to make sure that I'm going to bleep out myself. What the bleep is going on with Secret? I have no clue. They started so strong, right? A good win. But after that, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the issue is. If it's communication, if it's synergy, if it's chemistry. They just don't seem to be able to get a lot of rounds on the board. You can see right there, like it's literally a downhill train going in if you look at the round performance. So it's like something needs to change, and I'm not quite sure what it is. I mean, could be really harsh on them, but yeah.
And I wanted to say it can't get any worse, but then they lost 7-1 to Rogue, so technically it can.
It can.
So I wouldn't hold my breath. Let's go. Cowana, though, their opponents, who so far are actually looking pretty good. Honestly, for a team that just came in from Challenger League, sitting at 5th place, this is very impressive showing from Cowana, and today might be a walk in the park for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of it, really, is when they're confident, they are unstoppable. They're so happy to just kind of throw themselves at any problems, any sort of map that's in front of them, and they're consistent in how quickly they get into that. Sure, they took a knock on the chin for a couple of weeks, and they suffered at the hands of some of the other teams in the league, and versus G2, they suffered pretty badly, but also at the same time, we've seen a lot of these teams have hit and miss days, and now that we've seen obviously G2 kind of lose points earlier this evening to Empire, it's kind of anyone's guess and game, and they're going to make sure that they're one of those names that I guess are on the good surprise. But look at the spread there. It's like no middle ground with Cowana. It's everything is going right or uh-oh.
And Navi was the closest.
Yeah, and still that was like a 7-4.
So really, things can flop around, and I know, maybe another day at the office for Cowana, but rules have just relaxed in the UK, so maybe after this is down to the pub and wait for it all to blow over for the rest of the season. That's the question here. So Fluk, the head-to-head before we head into our lobby, we need a few minutes to get them set, and it's Sloth and Gomfi. Now, the numbers tell a bit of an odd story, but that's why I have both of you here, so please elaborate.
Yeah, Gomfi is not really having the European return he would have hoped for. I think that speaks for itself with a 0.66 rating, and he's on that entry, so you would really hope that he's going to be able to step it up right here, because that is just a crucial part missing from the likes of Secret. They're just not able to get these opening kills, opening battles consistently down the line, and well, being minus 19 surely isn't helping as being one of the main fraggers either. So Gomfi, so far, not really as he would have hoped.
Yeah, I think that's the thing here, is obviously Sloth's numbers have picked up over the past couple of play days. At the beginning, he wasn't having quite the showing, but it's, I guess, the same story for Gomfi, as we know what he can be capable of, but hasn't been able to find any success yet. It was the same for Sloth. He was a little bit kind of average and a little bit below average. Picked it up over the past couple. You kind of want the same for Gomfi here.
Yeah, definitely so. We need the whole squad to show up today for Team Secret if they're looking to take a victory that they sorely need, really. You just don't want to forfeit the entire stage. That's not the Secret that we saw in Stage 2 of last year. So let's see which map we're going to be playing on in this Best of One series, our final one for this evening. And Secret will take us to Oregon. Because of that decision, they will be starting on attack as Cowana has picked the defense. Is this the right decision? I know it's going to be tough to say, yeah, Secret got this in the bag, because the numbers, they don't lie.
No. I think it's a balanced map they go to, so there's definitely a good opportunity for them to try and take some rounds and potentially even score some points. But as you said, I don't think the map is the most important thing right here for Secret. I think it's really the fact that everybody needs to show up and they need to start working really together as a team if they want to be able to get a winner. So it doesn't matter what map it is in that case.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon, it's a pretty balanced battle between the pair of them. It puts you in a situation of obviously, okay, I'm going to say that, and I'm going to say that this is where Trainhard was 7-0'd by Cowana. But at the same time, it's Cowana, so you never really know how they're going to show up to the fight. Are we going to see a blitz ban? Are we going to see Gorgona bring it again? Who really knows? But you kind of get the impression they'll be smiling regardless of how this is going to go. Secret, for me, they got to step up here, and they got to do it early, because if Cowana sniff blood, it's going to be Secrets that spill all over Oregon.
Unfortunately, that is pretty much the truth as it stands. Fluk, thank you so much for your intel and breaking things down before we start off our match. Covana's playing versus Secret, and who would have thought that Ace and Dez would be casting the UKIN team in here? So you know what? We're just going to toss it to them. Oregon is ready. Cowana v Secret, final game of Playday number 6 in EUL. All yours. Enjoy, boys.
Don't know how it keeps happening, Milos. We keep giving the UKIN team. I mean, we'll take it. If it's Navi or Cowana, we're all in for a mix. And guess what, Ace? It's them back on Oregon again.
Well, there's the last time that we saw Cowana on Oregon. It ended not only 7-0, but with the best train impression I have ever heard come out of your mouth excitedly. As they rushed into sight in round 7. For anybody who missed it, after this is all said and done, watch the game with Secret first, but it's worth checking out the final round of Cowana last week for the greatest train impression you will ever hear on a live broadcast from Dez. Just sheer excitement, Dez.
Nino apparently was how the trains go. I tend to hear ambulances make that noise, they go Nino, Nino. That's an ambulance kind of sound. It's not really a train sound, but you do get the big trains that go past
It sort of worked
sometimes.
in the moment. It worked. I got where you were going. It was just a big air horn. Like, I got it. But yeah, it was hilarious.
It was one of those, mate. Well, we'll see if the Nino returns or if there's going to be a ban against it from Secret. There is not. It's going to be the Habana ban for them. So Blitz is in play. It's all I'm saying at this point, right? And Cowana even starting the defense. So we have yet to discover what round 7 is going to hold for us. We'll find out when we get there. Next ban coming out of Secret is going to be the Clash. We've seen this banned away against Cowana already this season. Mentioned a couple of times back then about how back in the old days when I think of Cowana, it used to be one of their go-to operators. The final one, therefore, to come through from Cowana. Okay, very nice, Kendrew. Oh, you just smack talking.
The mind games have started already.
Oh, for one site. Oof! Exclamation mark. Just to add a little bit of salt in the wounds, I guess.
The mind games begin already. Secret just saying quite clearly that they are not interested in playing against the Clash on one site or any other. I am certain of it. Heading towards round 1 at breakneck pace then, and I've got a feeling that this is going to be a game that matches up to that speed one way or another. I just think it's going to be fast and ferocious. We're going to be heading to Laundry and Supply to begin things. Down to the basement we go for the first defense from Cowana.
And the mirror being swapped in at the last second as well. We've seen this employed by a couple of teams over the last few play days on the downstairs site, especially normally facing in towards Laundry. And watching back the Na'Vi versus BDS game, there was one really interesting adaptation that I think we haven't seen in EU all that much, and that is the teams were starting to attack from all sides of the map at the same time onto this downstairs site. Historically, it had kind of been the big tower and the blue push. Other times it had been the Laundry and the freezer push, whereas Na'Vi especially were really kind of doubling down on the let's attack from all of those areas at once. It does spread you thin, but I think as Says proved in one of their more rushy rounds when they kind of rushed down the L and then stopped at that point, Says came in from Laundry and killed 2 or 3 members on the side of BDS. It does go to show that using all sides of the map at once can be magical.
Difficult to argue with the tweet that just came in there. Vitality on a real glow up at the minute and securing that win in the last matchup against Na'Vi. You are quite correct. They really are flying at the minute. And this is, as I said, a couple of weeks ago, Vitality with a real unpredictable element inside of this league. And I really did feel that it could go one way or the other. And we're seeing it go only one way, and that is up at the minute. Now, Grizzly, he's going right up in the faces of Team Secret here, just looking to cause a nuisance out on the roam. This is an aggressive start from Cowana. We've got a number of roamers out in the map, and as you said, Des, it's always interesting at the minute to see where that attack shapes up from. It's a little bit, I'm not saying they've taken it from them, but it is a little bit of a LATAM trait to get down there and really push onto all sides. It's a Team Liquid thing quite often. They'll get into freezer, they'll get Palu down Laundry stairs, a bit of pressure into bunker, and it just causes defensive teams an absolute headache of where to focus. But tell you what, Grizzly's going to be left with a headache as Prano shuts him down on the freezer stairs.
Nice and early. One thing that we didn't touch on that I've only just really spotted actually is look at the operator lineup coming out for Secret. Gonfi has been their entry playing the Ashe and has had abysmal stats. There's no way around it. We've seen Hive, Draven, even Prana playing on the supportive roles. But today they said, you know what, boys? Enough is enough. We know what our strengths lie. Give Draven grenades. Get Hive back on the Nomad. Stick Prana on the entry or secondary entry. Normally it'd be on a Zofia, but here he's taking the Ashe so Sleben can sit on the Zofia. So some changes coming in for Secret this week. Positive changes of that, I think, but whether or not it gets some results thereafter will be one that still remains to be seen.
Draven opening up the hatch in security, so there is going to be some attention paid to Freezer, especially now that they've managed to clear off Grizzly from the stairs. I'm sure that's just going to have maybe shaped the attack a little bit. They were already moving in through small tower, so working on that side of the map, but it seems to have been a little bit of a shift here towards the backside of site, looking at the rear stage and electrical hatch to just apply some pressure to pillar. And I'd like to see some focus elsewhere, Des. We've said that a lot of success has come from pushing multiple sides at once down here, and it really does seem if you give the defenders an opportunity to figure out that, right, this is all coming from electrical and pillar, all guns point in that direction, and it can be a big ask. Now the drop comes in, Kendrew's in Harry Potter and shuts down 1-2 as he flips the turn and burn on the 180 and takes himself a double. Cowana have absolutely no trouble shutting down that attack from Secret, and I feel like it was down to it just coming in from one direction, Des.
This is the thing I was speaking about. The teams like to kind of play this, you know, one side of the map rather than spilling across all four. And Here it did turn into just that. A little bit too predictable, I feel, for Cowana almost as well. Engineering all their players to be looking the same way. No real threat from the drop. No threat coming in from construction. So Kendrew had all the focus in the world to give towards the big tower stairs and finds the 2K off the back of it. Well handled early on by Cowana, starting this game off promisingly. By the way, have they always had a lowercase c at the end of their names? Has that always been a thing? Somehow I feel like it's not.
Who?
Cowana, with like a lowercase c to start off Cowana.
What, as opposed to an uppercase?
Yeah, or a full caps or whatever.
All right. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to look back. It is very uniform now. It is very uniform.
But I was like, is this how it's always been? Because I'm not sure. It feels like a real stupid point. It is a stupid point, chat, to get hung up on the one.
Well, that's what threw me, Des. You know, you bring
it
along.
And it bothered me.
You bring along so many big brain takes, and then you drop, is that a lower C on me? And I'm wondering where we're going with it. I'm looking for more, if I'm honest.
I don't know, man. I just saw it, and something doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is, but hey, they won the round. That's what feels right so far. At least if you're a Cowana fan, for Secret less so. Let's give that one a second bash, they say, this time on the top floor, moving away from the downstairs after Cowana were just successful there. Now, what are we going to see here, Ace, do you reckon? Do you reckon it's going to be a Master and Attic push, kind of an old school one, or do you think we move more towards the kind of, dare I say, new meta setup where so many teams, and I think this is inspired very heavily by NA, where we have a white stairs and big window take instead?
There's been a lot of focus towards big window, you're right. I think we're still going to see an Attic push here. We can see that we've got Sleben and Draven over on the big tower. Prano coming in with a rapid fire entry onto Gorgona, just absolutely deleting the Valkyrie. And I'm going to stick by what I've said previously. I know everybody's got access to those cameras. Big run out from Sloth. Not going to get him much joy there as he just takes a little bit of chip damage off Gonfi, but has much more returned himself. And the point that I was making about the Valkyrie going, you expect that Valkyrie to have a real intimate knowledge of exactly where those cams are placed. She should be on them full time now. So that for me is sort of half, 3/4 of a death, because there's going to be a lot of information raining back in. I'm not sure about this Surya Gate placement, Des. We've got it on the left-hand side of Attic.
Right name.
I'm not sure about the laser gate, Des. It's on the left-hand side as we look at it. Now, everybody knows that it's the right-hand panel that gets opened up by Maverick. So, there you go. I know it prevents nades and other throwables being tossed in from the stairs, but you can move in behind the boxes and still launch them over from relative safety. So, we'll see as it develops whether it slows down this push into Attic or not. We've got Comfy opening up that master bedroom wall as well. So, pretty quick moving from Team Secret here.
Yeah, I completely buy what you're saying there. Maybe didn't want to risk a nade being thrown through a high-level hole, not sure, but either way, a nade will come singing in regardless once you've got that right side open up. So maybe a lesson for future, only get the Surya Gate down on the left-hand side, or the laser gate, sorry. That grenade comes singing in though, ain't no worries, mate. The shield is cleared out, the ADSs are also gone. That's Anarchic now being threatened. If they can remove him, they can push in through the game breach, which is what they've already got opened up. So Anarchic really is the linchpin of this attack. Everything spins on a dime, and Anarchic is worth $1 million here. If he gets removed, this gets a lot easier. Great grenade from Draven. This is why we're so glad to see him back on these nade operators as well. He was the nade king in the 2020 season.
Absolute beauty. Cooked to perfection there. Just bouncing off the ceiling and absolutely decimating the man inside of Dorms. Now, Sleben gets one onto an Arctic, finds the man below. Gonfi with a kill onto Grizzly, proving the angles work both ways, and we picked up on Gonfi, Des. Maybe a slight role change for him, but it's doing bits. He's getting in there and getting the kills. Great start for him. 2-0. Sorry, no, 1-1 coming in. Cowana, of course, taking round one. That leaves us level pegging.
It does, and that was a really good round from Secret, actually, when you think about it. Near flawless, except for Sloth's final kill at the very end. We spoke a bit about where they were going to attack from. We spoke about Anarchic being the absolute center, the anchor of that whole attack. But the grenade onto Kendra inside of Kids removes Anarchic support. Anarchic then gets killed out as well, which enables the push to come through from game. And admittedly, smart play on the side of Cowana. They did have someone downstairs below the breach coming in through game, which could have put the whole attack on the back foot, really, and upset them because they couldn't get through game with the diffuser. But no, they win the vertical trade. They win their ones in a way Secret do, and they steamroll their way through Cowana in that round. Really good to see what feels like one of the first structured attacks we've seen out of them all season long.
Excellent stuff. Now, Noah Rooney brought along this time. As I said, I understood the purpose of it, to cut down that long angle on the nade, but it came in all the same and cleared the shield out. So I think a good adaptation there, just recognising, hey, you know, we give it a try. That wasn't really the play. We can bring along more useful utility this time along. So Grizzly, he's going to have the Wamai this time and just try and get some of those magnets out and prevent the throwables in an alternative way. Now, Gorgona just raining out the same cams. You got to be careful with that as Valkyrie sometimes. I would assume that maybe the cam was active throughout the round, because you've got to have multiple locations. You've got to have variations, because teams will come in, they'll check those default spots, they'll check places that they've found cams from you before, and you've got to be able to mix it up as a Valkyrie. You've got to have a variety of options to use those black eyes.
Either that, or it's going to get exposed after Medics chooses to look at them every single round in a row. No one is safe from the Observer God Medics. He will spot out every single cam, reveal it to your enemies, reveal it to all the ranked players in chat, and it won't be used for much longer than that. But you are right, it's going to really get caught out pretty soon and cleared out not too long after. Even without the IQ being on side, just feel a little bit obvious in some ways, I think is the best way to describe it, that you know outside big window they want some kind of visibility. As soon as you know there's a Valk on side, chances are it's going to get deployed in that area.
Certainly is. Now Prano's moved in quickly once again, just being backed up by the Nomad of Hive as well, just having those air jabs deployed to stop any potential flanks. Hive, job done. He's going to dip away. Draven gets up towards that double window, so maybe seeing a little bit of pressure, but seems to think better of it this time around. The Maverick pushing inside of the map instead, rather than going out towards the double window. That's going to leave Prano to potentially push up the white stairs, but for the time being, he is going to be on the drone, and this is no doubt why. He's feeding the information in, the locations of those defenders upstairs, and that's why Maverick moved back in to deploy those nades under and try to just take the feet off somebody, but he won't have any success.
In case you hadn't already clocked, by the way, the R&D looking to push through big window here, so they've completely flipped their attack from being on the east side of the map to now being out towards the far west. You're Gonfi looking to hold that longer angle through sight as best they can off towards the left in case someone does try and cut the rotate through, but it's Hive to pick up Grizzly. And where on earth did he die from? On the window, tried to come out onto Hive. So they've got the kids window, they've got big window. Next step is to get someone on white and pushing up that way, and suddenly you're in a terrifying position. However, Hive, I think, is now going to go and take at it, which would add another problem to Secret, because they then lose the north control. They can basically play nowhere in any of the sites without being pinched.
Hive, as you say, just looking for a tight angle. He thinks that there's a man just down behind the sort of half wall, but I don't think he's going to get any joy there. Kendrick,
oh, there he is.
See what he can find, but Hive has got himself in as soon as he recognises there is nobody there to stop him. He's gone through them like a hot knife through butter, Des. He finds himself a fourth. Gonfi is getting the diffuser down. Gorgona steps up, does what he can, stops that plant. He's got 3 more to find. Absolutely not a chance as Sleben. He steps in and just slides the ace away from Hive, but they won't mind. It's all about rounds. It's all about maps. It's all about wins in EUL. And Team Secret, they're looking good today.
Oh, as soon as he found that kill onto the player that came and pushed him on the attic window, we spoke it into existence. We said, oh, surely he can slip in behind them and just completely take the rug from under their feet. And what did he do? Get in through the attic window, kill Kendra who's playing in there, kill the player in kids, remove all of their north side control. And from there, the only spot that the defenders had to be able to play around by the looks of it was going to be on white stairs. And from there, they could do almost nothing. Another really solid attack by Secret. And again, dare I say, kind of the small changes are like making a huge difference, but they absolutely are here. Hive has been a Nomad player, this kind of flex player for the team for the longest of times, and seeing go back to playing more supportive operators was like, that's not his style. That's not what Hive does. But here you're putting them into spots where Prano's on the entry, collected 2 entry kills so far just by charging into the map and picking those up. You've got Hive pulling out a 4K, Draven peppering the enemy team with grenades. This is going back to what made Secret such a good team at the start of Stage 2 2020, and I'm living for it.
Sleben turning up once again in that round just to clean things up. Certainly been head and shoulders the best player for Team Secret so far in terms of the statistics. At least he is really herring away, and I dread to think where they'd have been without him on some of the weeks that they've had. But we are back in the laundry and basement this time around. It's round 4. We find ourselves 2-1 here in favour of Team Secret. Now, last time around, Cowana had a reasonably good run of this site. They got themselves locked in. They recognized recognised that Team Secret were pushing from one direction, which was the rear stage stairs and the electrical hatch drop, and they really pushed it in numbers, but were completely unsuccessful. Now, I'd like to see, as we discussed, there's a bit more variety in the push from Team Secret here. I want to see this develop. I want to see them clear the roamers out and get themselves down and established in freezer. Then apply some pressure to rear stage or maybe through laundry and just make it difficult, make it uncomfortable for the defenders. Have them spinning round on their heels.
You're already seeing through the floor here as well, that yellow laser beaming its way down towards Zulu, which gives all the info they need. That's going to be another entry kill coming out for Secret. This time around, Sleben strikes big. It's not just Prana that can do the work, of course. The Ashore, the Zofia pairing can be absolutely monstrous when you get it going the right way, which feels like what they've got it going so far in this game. One thing I'm always keen on, and I know that you're very keen on with your stats as well, Ace, is tracking that when they get the entry kill, how many of those rounds do they go on to win? They lost the first one when Cowana took that one away from them, despite Prana getting the entry kill. The last two, of course, they found it and still managed to walk away the victor, and the trend is seeming to continue here in round number 4. It's going to be a second kill of a round of 5 versus 3 for Secret. These are the kind of rounds that you as a team should practice to the high heavens, never to throw away.
Well, looking overall, Des, I can tell you that the stat for the whole stage for Team Secret is only 56% of rounds where they are on the attack and get the opening kill do they go on to win, and that needs to improve. I'd say a league average is usually sitting at around 75% for that, so they are definitely below par at the minute, and Team Secret, they need to come in and take advantage when they get a man ahead, especially as they have now with 2-man advantage here. 5 versus 3 heading into the final minute. They're making good time. Draven is getting the electrical hatch open as well. Gonfi looking to put a bit of pressure on from the bunker side, or at least just remove that laser gate from play and allow Cowana to think that there could be men pushing in from there. A drone goes into freezer. Are we going to see that multifaceted attack that we want?
I think we're going to see it, Ace. It looks like that's what they're starting to square up for. I'm so happy that you've now rescinded to saying Lasergate a lot more, by the way. It makes my heart warm and happy. Grenades are coming singing in, and Sloth, already on low HP, wants to be nowhere near that, else death surely follows momentarily after. He's holding the tight angle here, so the pressure's come in. He might be able to swing on that one, but Draven had no idea he was off to the side. An R-kick looking to come in for some support, but it's going to be an absolute collapse as Prano finds 2. Sleben the last with the impact coming in as well, and Secret explode into the round ending there and pull themselves up to a 3-1 lead. Not a scoreline I thought I'd be talking about today.
And look at where it gets finished from, Des. Just coming in, Sleben moves through freezer and finds that final kill. I think it was Sleben that was moved through it, possibly Prano. 2 kills went down at the same time, so it does make it a little bit difficult to judge sometimes. But moving in through freezer, just getting that alternative angle, and it didn't matter what was going on inside of the site then because they had it covered off. So like you said, the Maverick Draven moves in. Sloth, he's got a tight angle on the wall, manages to get himself a nice headshot, shuts down that potential plant attempt, but it doesn't matter that they didn't know Sloth was there, because guess what, he's getting absolutely smashed from freezer door 2 seconds later. So perfect play from Team Secret. They're looking like a different outfit tonight, Des.
And it all comes down to the role changes that we spoke about. And I can imagine many will look at Gonfi not being on the entry and thinking, oh, but Gonfi's such a good gunner. Why is he not in the role? And look, on different teams, players can just not fit into the roles that normally they're playing. And I think here, putting Prano back on a similar role to what he was so good on last year, on that Zofia Ash kind of like second entry role. Sleben, as we've already seen, has been an absolute gunner the last few weeks. Stick him on one of those roles and well. And then make Draven comfortable back with the nades. Get Hype on the more utility roles like the IQ, the Nomad that we've seen him play a lot last year. People are a lot more comfortable. Arguably, maybe Gonfi isn't, or perhaps maybe the pressure being taken away from him after a poor first few weeks actually now is a lot lighter. I don't know, but I'm liking that they're making innovations here and taking such big kind of like bold changes in the team to try and affect change, because so far it's working. And I keep on speaking about the entries, by the way. Cowana are a team that are so used to getting the entry kill. Think about when we've seen like Grizzly tearing it up on the roam when Sloth has been more conservative, or we've seen Sloth out there making magic happen, being up against walls and windows and doorways and being the guy to find the entry kill for his team, get them in a power position, and the team then plays for that. Secret are just not letting that happen today, and again, it's a wonderful thing to see some change coming through to a team that has struggled so much.
Now, an interesting little technique there from Cowana on the mirror that I've not seen for a little while, and a few of you may be wondering exactly what he was doing. Why is he shotgunning out the wall before reinforcing and placing the mirror on it? And the reason for that is it just gives you a very slight increase. It's something that's worth, thank you, medics. It's something that's worth doing in your ranked games. You can take that one away with you. It gives you a slight increase in the visibility from the mirror window. You can usually just see a bit of a tighter angle because you don't have that sort of plasterboard hard up against it for one. So especially for that one that's inside of the cubby there, it's just going to give a better angle out through the into the freezer from the hole that he's just shot out there. So that will likely be the reasoning there that he's played that. I'm not sure if it might just play into there's also the potential, Des, for just upsetting the hard breaches a little bit as well.
It's one of those kind of weird things. You and I played around in a custom game for a while, like experimenting with, you know, how far you can impact out certain breaches, for example. We always looked at it from the attacker's perspective, but less so from the defender's perspective. Never going to say no to it in this case. I guess maybe you're praying that if there would, for example, be a Hibana on side, admittedly here she's banned away, so maybe looking more towards the Selmas, that it's going to catch instead onto the plasterboard rather than onto the mirror window directly. I don't know. I'm sure there's some reason that we can ask about later on to understand what that is from Cowana. I'm sure I'll be in the DMs. He'll call me an idiot and everything will be right with the world. Let's see how getting this meeting hatch opened up begins, though. Always the kind of main point that you want open up because it is so central to any of the downstairs pushes. And as soon as that's removed away, guess what you got to worry about next, Ace? It's going to be that Shaiko spot playing behind the double reinforced wall on the north side of Electric.
I mean, if you don't want him to think that you're an idiot, Des, you could lead with the question about whether they've moved to a little C in the name for Cowana. You know, you could tell him that in the middle of the game, that was the pressing thing for you.
I'm doing that right now.
Looking into round 5, then we're getting really close towards the real meat of this one as the Team Secret attack really starts to mount. Look at this, pushing in through bunker at speed. Prano looking to see if he can get an angle onto anybody inside of sight. There's one hard right. He's going to catch shots onto the Melusi. Doesn't manage to down Kendrew. He will live to fight another day, but that was a risky little move. He had very little choice as the pressure is mounting on Electric Hatch as well. Now, Team Secret are trying this Route 1 approach that didn't really work out for them last time. They need to rely on the kills. Draven gets sloughed, but traded out immediately by Cowana. 45 seconds left to go, and Secret now have control of pillars. Beautiful long shot onto the mirror. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds.
In a spot, yep, 3 versus 3. That long shot coming out of Hyphen, an absolute beauty onto Cowana playing down inside of Laundry. But with 25 seconds to play, now's the time where you need to pull the trigger. Things need to start happening here, Secret. If you want to get this one over the line, unless you want to let them crawl back into the game, then by all means, carry on as you are. They push their way up through L, but Anarchic sat there with a shotgun. All Reliable's going to close it out. Kendrew swings for the 3rd, and they will manage to bring things up to 3 and 2 off the back of Anarchic with a hell of a play inside of Elbow.
I think we really could be sat in the middle of one of the big sleeper games for the night, Des. Given the performance as a Team Secret, we were really unsure what to expect coming into this one. But right now, these two are toe-to-toe and duking it out. They are absolutely wailing on each other. And we are the benefactors sat just watching this pure entertainment of a siege match. And we're going to be heading into the final defensive round for Cowana. And this is the first time today, Des, that they're going to be going to one of those tertiary sites. Now, they do have domes as an option, so an interesting site choice from them here. Let's remember they've just played 2 rounds in Laundry, so they could go back there, but they lost on domes back-to-back, round 2, round 3, and they've said they want no more part of that action. So we're going to be going to Kitchen and Meeting this time around. I would expect a lot of rear stage presence from Team Secret, but we've also recently seen a little bit of pressure moving in. I sound like a weatherman. A little bit of pressure moving in from the west, Des, and bringing a storm in through the dining room.
Oh, there's a low front on the way here, Ace, and that never spells well for a good sunny weekend. Absolutely. Weatherman Designates apparently here, stepping onto your broadcast. So sorry about this. But look at this long shot from Hype on the right as well. The scary thing is he was pre-firing the whole time, and Cowana still takes the challenge, probably hopeful that he can get that first shot off with the Vector to connect onto the head of the Nomad against the AK-12 with a bit more kick on it, but sadly not to be the case. I half expected the Secret would employ a really old strat they use where they rush in through Garage, push underneath the armory stairs, and then just come swinging into the south walls inside a meeting and go from there. But no, it is going to be this big tower take, much more conventional than what we're used to seeing from most teams when they're attacking onto meeting. I still remember very vividly, actually, the first time I saw this site attacked, it was Na'Vi who attacked it, and they attacked it from the stage side. I declared meeting to be no man's land. There could just be no one playing inside it. You have players playing inside a split, inside a kitchen, and they were the angles they were using to go for the contest.
Team Liquid have got an interesting hold on this site. They tend to play PSK right up on that bomb, right up at the stage, and then they'll have Sexy Cake usually about mid-meeting hold, just around the hatch, just cruising around, and it's an absolute nightmare. Honestly, the battle lines are drawn. It's just basically go in and see who comes out alive. It's like going into a blender. And talking of blenders, Hife's just run Gorgona through one as he finds an opener onto the Malusi. Advantage Team Secret here in round 6, 4 versus 5, and this is quick progress. Less than half of the round gone. We can see the reinforcement removed. That will be opened up likely by the Zafir of Slevin. Now there we go, and access has been gained to the plant spot. Prano's got access to Grizzly's insides as he gets a headshot and takes the man down. 3 versus 5 here, and Team Secret, they are cruising in round 6. The diffuser could be going down any second at this rate.
They've cut off split. They've cut off the big tower side. Like, they've basically made, again, meeting a null zone. No one can play inside there. And if they are playing in there, they are in deep trouble. And this is the push I was talking about. They are opening up the south side, albeit later into the round, to try and pinch onto them. And Prano's having a field day on the south side of the map here, finding his second kill. Draven now going in for the plant. I imagine on the south side of the room. Yes, last time around they smoked this out. The C4 comes through. The spray down comes in, but they're a little bit too late. The diffuser is already down. And it's all hands on panic stations here for the side of Cowana. I say the whole side, it's just going to be Kendrew. A flawless round coming out from Team Secret. That has got to be one of the rounds that you stick in the book and come back to review every single time you want to see a textbook way to attack this site. Beautiful
attack. Beautiful attack onto meeting there. Just the old bait and switch. Just put all that pressure onto rear stage. Really force your way in there. Get yourself a couple of kills. And then Draven just stealthily moves in from the rear into garage. Kiss, kiss, bang, bang, diffuser on the ground, and it is as easy as that for Team Secret. I love the big brain idea from Kendrew coming up those laundry stairs. It was a great attempt, but it was always an uphill battle for him, just using that nitro to open up his line of sight. He was a fraction of a second late. He could potentially have stopped the diffuser going down, and it wouldn't have been an easy challenge onto him at that point if he recognised the diffuser was down on the ground, but still, there would have been an awful lot of work for him to do. Now, heading into round 7, the sides switcheroo, and Cowana move on to the attack. And talking of a lot of work to do, that's what they've got in front of them now. Coming in with Team Secret on the defense, you wouldn't like to put any money against them because they are flying at the minute. And when they can set things up and Cowana have to play into them, this is not going to be easy to come back from 2-4 down.
The only thing I think they'll take in some solace here is that they now get to control the tempo of the rounds a little bit better. And I say that in the Secret were just looking for chaos in every single round, except for maybe round 6. Think about the number of times that Prano was in the building inside 30 seconds and gunning someone down and then proceeding to find a 2K in the next 20 seconds. Cowana had no time to breathe. They couldn't play on their own, which is the style they're so used to having Sloth do, for example. Everything about the way that Cowana wanted to play, Secret slapped them on the wrist and said, no, that is not allowed today. But at least here now they get to dictate the flow a little bit better, unless Secret have different ideas like getting up in windows and trying to shut them down. Again, a thing to note about their setup here, Gonfi's the one playing on the roaming Jaeger sort of style. Slevin's playing a more hard support style with the C4 and the Goyos. You've got Hive playing behind the mirrors. You've got Prano playing on the more supportive style. And arguably Draven is going to be the one also joining Gonfi on the roam a little bit. So the guys who played Ace and the Maverick respectively on the attacking half are now the ones playing on the more aggressive roaming operators here on the defense. Really interesting seeing that change up. Is this maybe a case where they've all sat down and said, well, I really want to play on roam, but every single player has said that's like, right, guys, here's how it's going to work. You can play entry, you can be aggressive on attack, but on defense, these guys get to be aggressive. Agree? And they go, yeah, sounds fair enough, 50-50, go on, then we'll take that.
That's it. You've just got to share it around. You've got to share the spoils. Now, it looks like Team Secret are doing a reasonable job here of just slowing Cowana down a bit. Cowana have been a pretty aggressive side on the whole, particularly when it comes to the entry kills. They've got quite a low average opening kill time of around 1 minute 15, Des, and that is to put it into context, Team Secrets is up at around 1 minute 37, so you're talking 20-25 seconds faster in a round. It really is getting in there and getting the job done. But as we can see, we're nearly halfway through and we're still 5 versus 5. So Secret, I mean, they're in a turtle defense, so they're not really feeding into that Cowana game. But it'd be interesting to know if that was part of the actual thought process of, look, Cowana like to play a really quick early game. We're not going to feed into that with heavy roam games. We're going to turtle up and we're going to let them come to us. We're going to let them burn that time and see just how they can do with a quick execute rather than having 2 minutes for an execute.
They've also thought about the kind of double stacking up on towards elbow, because they've got the one player playing in behind elbow in the shield, and then they've also got a mirror window facing that supply wall looking, how? Why would you not clear out the player that's playing in that spot in the first place? Heaven knows, but they've been gunned down in the push in. Iana goes charging in as well, and they're looking the wrong way. Gorgona's more than happy to collect a kill, almost finds a second, sees the head, but sadly the fingers don't move as fast as the eyes and will not collect the kill. However, 3 versus 3, this is not a bad spot for Cowana to be in, but they've got to start making moves now that there are only 35 seconds left, Ace.
35 seconds and out goes the Nitro. No, Prano, no! He takes down Hive, rips away his life and just shuts him down with the explosive. That's the last thing he wanted. Also clearing out the laser gate that was on that door. Draven steps up, tries to make amends for his teammate, who does get shut down as well in the process. 1 versus 2. This is all down to Draven. The diffuser is going down on the ground and Arkic is doing the job. Grizzly finds the headshot using the defender's own utility against them, just in that mirror window that's been punched out and shuts down the round. Great attack, Cowana.
Prano giving us his best reason for why he should be playing the site operators here and saying, guys, look, I'm not good with C4s.
That's how you get out on the roam, Des.
That's exactly how you get out on the roam. That's what he's gunning for here. So I'm really curious to see if there's any kind of swap up or change in this round. Obviously not part of the plan, but looking at the operator on it coming through there at the back of your screen, you may well see him doing that by the looks of it. In fact, quick pause being called out. We are seeing the Wamai, the Smoke, the Mute, the Goyo, and what would be, I believe, the Bandit was briefly hovered, but he has disconnected. So you'll come back to our wonderful faces for just a minute. We can take a nice bit of a breather, I think, Case, because this has been a really entertaining game. We've seen a team that everyone kind of discounted coming back into it, doing so wonderfully, but also some really entertaining rounds, including team kills with C4s.
Oh, it's been great. It's basically Cowana and Secret have both got themselves running now, and it turns out that they've been running headlong towards each other, and we're seeing the point where they collide. It's fantastic. Edge of the seat stuff. Yeah, I'm absolutely pumped for the rest of this one, because at 4-3, this is absolutely anybody's now. I mean, we've got a bit of a technical issue. I think that's the pause, just to clarify. It's not a tactical timeout. We just need to get a player reloaded in, and we will be back with it as soon as possible. But honestly, I can't see anything taking the wind out of the sails in this game.
It's almost one of those stories of today, I think. You look across all the games in EUL today, and they've just been surprises from start to finish. My predictions are in tatters. They're at 1-3 at this point.
Nothing new.
Who's surprised by that? Exactly. Nothing new at all, Ace. You're absolutely right. And you're the unlucky side who got paired up with me for the CGG predictions. That's what I let you do it this week.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's just terribly difficult, to be honest. I mean, to be fair, you know, I always like to throw a curveball in there, though. I always like to pick one out and just throw a complete curveball in there, because I want to be the one. You know, when you've got like an entire line of G2, we weren't, unfortunately, but I want to be the one that's got Empire in there. I just want to be the one that has the different one.
Sorry, we aren't. We said VP, G2, BDS, Na'Vi, and Cowana.
Not done great today.
No,
I mean, we'll see. No. We'll see after this game how it's gone.
It's all right, mate. Look, all you got to do is put all the blame on me. Totally fine. I'll take the hit for the team. It's not a problem. I completely understand that.
To be fair, if Cowana win, we've done better than we've won more than we've lost. If Cowana win, we've got 3 out of 5. VP, BDS, Cowana.
Do you think Cowana go on to win today?
I don't know, but I'm just being hopeful, Des. Come on, we need that positivity on the team.
The endless optimist in Ace says to me that I should definitely be more like him, but it's hard to be more Ace because the guy just exudes too much energy. Everyone knows this, mate. You are just like the bounciest guy we've got on the desk at this point. You kind of turn up and you're like, I'm on the edge of my seat, Des. I'm ready for some more laser gates on the Playday. And I'm like, yes, Ace. Everyone's ready for that one. Let's get you back to the old people.
We'll just do the operator bands. We're not even in yet.
It's always a Thatcher bound. What the hell's going on? on. You're that
I just
kind of
love
guy.
Siege, Des. You know that I do. I just love Siege. This is the thing. The thing that people don't realise is this is exactly how I am when I'm just sat watching. I can watch NAL and I'm not casting and I'm still like this. I love it. It's great.
I bet your missus hates you at 3 a.m. just to hear bang, bang, bang on the floor, and you're like, oh my God, the game's starting, Vicky, it's starting. She must hate you.
Never came.
But let's break down the game a little bit more, right? So what we've seen so far is Secret have been phenomenal on the attack. It's the first time this season we've really seen really well-structured attacks. And that's not to say their attacks have been bad historically. I think back to week 1 when they beat G2, that was a surprise. Their attacks there were really aggressive, but they weren't really structured towards the objective. They were much more structured towards, let's go and kill the players on the enemy team, roaming around the map, doing whatever they're doing. Today, it's been so much about the execution, and that is a really nice, I don't want to say adaptation, but change to what we've seen out of Secret historically.
You got to remember that there's more than one way to win around here in Siege. And as you say, if one isn't working, let's focus on the objective. Let's mix it up. Let's play a more strategy objective-based game and see what we can get. If the fragging isn't working out for us, if people aren't finding the stride in the current roles, you know, and we're seeing that out of Secret. And as you say, it is paying dividends. Now, interestingly, for round 7, I commented coming into it that Cowana usually are looking to play as a fast-paced team, get in there, get kills on the entry. And it's no surprise with players like Cowana and Sloth, but they were slowed down there. The first kill coming in way towards the 2-minute mark, but they've just shown that, you know what, that doesn't matter for them. If they need to execute in a short space of time, they can get the job done as well. So we are in for a spicy second half here. There's absolutely no two ways about it. For me, if we come back into round 8 and Cowana can win this one and tie it up and we are 4-4 at that point, then flip a coin. This one is anybody's.
It absolutely can be. And just as an update on what we've got here coming in from the admins as well, it is indeed a technical pause, like we said earlier on. Prano trying to diagnose a small issue that he's got. They're going through a fix. Could be back in a minute. Could be another few minutes yet. We don't know. But I tell you what, Ace, it's something... Right, real talk. People have been begging for it. How do you fancy a bit of a homage back to the old LATAM days? Of course, as you know, how now hosts don't cast anymore. How about a riddle or two?
I'm always down for a riddle, Des. You know that. I'm always down for it.
And I'm sure people in chat will be lovely to join along as well. You guys have a go at this one. So
I'd love a bit of it.
Let's give it a go. See how you do. First one then. And you might have heard these before. I have no idea how many of these riddles you've been through in the history, but we'll go for it.
A lot. If you've ever worked on LATAM, you'll know it's quite a few.
It's quite a few. The rehost central is the best way to describe it.
Internet issues abound.
The dream. Here's the one we've got then, so we might have time for
Hit me a quick one.
We're going back
Hit me a quick one.
At night, they come without being fetched. By day, they are lost without being stolen. What are they?
At night, they come without being fetched. In the day, they are lost without being stolen.
Correct.
Stars.
Correct. Oh,
there we go. Bada bing, kiss, kiss, bang, bang.
We'll have some more to come, no doubt, in future days if we get round to the point of an extended rehost. Don't want to go stealing too many ideas because you and Jackie, you made it an absolute treat last year during the rehost. So much so that you even got your own graphics for it, if I recall.
Oh, we had the full works producer. We had it all going on. We had a bit of fun with it. That's fair to say. But a nice homage there. I'm sure Jackie would appreciate that one as well. So heading into round 8, then we will see whether this is going to be an homage to Team Secret's performances so far and a continuation, or whether that break is going to slow them down at all. Hopefully we don't see any recurrence of issues for Prano. He can get himself back in and nice and smooth and comfortable.
Mate, I mean, what did I tell you about the rotation of what they were going to play? He did so bad with the C4. They were like, get your ADSs down and get the hell off site. We don't want to see you anymore. Don't want to see your face. Either you come back with 5 skulls or you're out the game. End of story.
Simple as that. Now, Kendrew, he's going straight up to the top of the big tower there, looking to start that clearance and to think about getting Attic open. So he's obviously happy. The droning has been done, aware that he's going to be safe from the rear stage area, not going to be pushed onto with a flank from Aroma. We get the master bedroom wall open there as well, and we've got to be careful with those drones. Gorgona just going straight into the drone hole there, getting tagged up by that mute jammer. I'm not sure if he's been able to recover that drone or not. If I just have a look, he does have one in pocket, so I think he's probably been able to pick that one up now. Anarchic has got the wall up and got a line. Can't find the man inside of Attic, but it does force one out into bedroom. This is good progress so far from Cowana. It's just down to really the progress that Kendrew has made now. If the squeeze is coming in from both sides, this could be good. Hive, however, it's a nice C4 from underneath onto Anarchic to open things up here, and that is a great start for Team Secret.
I'd love to see Hive circle back round here potentially and get underneath like we saw the defenders trying to do earlier on when Cowana were defending this site. But currently what we're trying to see is them getting control of Attic, which is what I think they're starting to take here with the kill coming through onto Kendrew. Oh, Draven downed on his push through, unfortunately, as well. That's the smoke down, which is going to really sting. However, with the 2 kills they've got onto the other side at this point, Cowana are kind of losing the wind in their sails here. Things not looking super hot at this point. They've got some work to do if they want to be able to swing this one back over. If they can clear out Attic, it's a great start, but there's a flank coming up. It is going to be Prano, and they say you either come up with 5 scores or we don't want to see you. This round, they won't be seeing them. Grizzly gets swung on by Gomf, who's having a field day in this round. 2 kills for himself, and Secret, by the looks of it, should be stepping up to 5 and 3, unless Sloth has got something to say. I know he's going to watch this Bob back later and be dreaming of us screaming his name as he pulls up a 1 versus 3, but my God, if it is not going to be a big task. He gets Pokeballed out there. Congratulations, Sleben, you are the proud owner of a Sloth. Send that one off to Bill's PC if you really want, but it's a 5 and 3 for them. And now with Secret getting an all shot as well, Kobe coming out of Prano, they are in good spirits. Gotta catch them all. I agree.
They certainly are in good spirits. We can see it not only on the player cams with smiles and laughs all round, but getting in the chat as well. And Cowana very quiet on the receiving end there, and you've just got to wonder, you know, there's a mental game always being played here between these players, and they're all friends afterwards. But it's just a wonder there as to whether Cowana are feeling it a little bit inside of this matchup. It's unfortunate for Kendrew there because he gets a great 180 flick onto the stairs and just absolutely destroys Prano. But then as soon as he moves back into Attic, he's going up against that deployable shield, and they've just got his number. But what a round from Gomfi. I just want to flag him up again. He's gone 5 and 5 now, really starting to get himself running. And Hive 9 and 4. He's having a great day. Open things up with a beautiful nitro onto Anarchic from underneath there. And it's a shame for Cowana, really, because the attack started well, Des. They got the closet wall open quickly. They had pressure from Attic. So effectively, they were sort of doing everything right. But the problem was that they let Anarchic wriggle away from them underneath, and it all went downhill.
You Sloth. Bam. See you later, buddy. Now we want to look back on there with a tear in his eye, I'm sure. And I agree with you, though. Yep, it did start well. They had the right kind of idea, but it always comes down to ultimately, like I always love saying, Ace, it comes down to it being an FPS at heart. You've got to be able to hit your shots. And if you're losing 2 members, once you've got those key positions, you may as well not have them at all. Let's see, though, how round number 9 plays out. Secret, again, a scoreline no one ever could have predicted. 5 and 3 is where things currently sit. And again, another pretty defensive setup coming out of Secret. You've got the Aruni, you've got the Mirror, you've got the mutes to block the intel, you've got the Goyo shields, you've got everything being brought along here to impede Cowana in some way, including 3 nitro cells. We'll keep a very close eye on them as the round progresses. But first and foremost, we need to gauge where Cowana are starting their attack.
Right, Cowana, come on. I want to see you wrap them up like a python here. I want you surrounding them and just crushing the life out of them as you move through rear stage, freezer, laundry. Don't give them an inch to breathe here. Sloth pushing through aggressively, looking to get himself towards that rear stage. That will start the push potentially towards pillars. He is going to face up with Sleben. Takes the shots through the wall. Sleben will dance away, manages to go away with a full 100 HP of life as well, so he's got away with that. There was obviously some information there for Sloth, and he took his chance, and on a different day, maybe he gets that kill, and we don't want to get to the end of this and see that being the real summary of how the day has gone for Cowana.
I was going to say they missed Gomfi on the top floor. We saw the outline through the flooring, but of course the drone can't see through surfaces. Sloth might get himself stung big time here if he's not careful. All it's going to take is Gomfi to get a more ideal position. He could probably find himself getting a kill down these stairs if Sloth pulls back up. And I appreciate what Steven was trying to do, by the way. He was just waiting to kill a drone or two, but that drone he didn't realize was backed by someone coming in through meeting and spraying through the wall. It was kind of a bit of a chancing kind of thing that tried to make it happen. They got nothing from it, but Gonfi is on the move. He is the predator. He strikes big, and Sloth had no idea who's coming. And like Kay says, it's easy. Down he goes and almost finds a second, but no, 2 quick kills come back from Cowana. 4 versus 3, despite that sneaky beaky little peek there coming out from Gonfi.
Great response from Cowana there to shut it down. As you say, the freest kill that Gonfi's going to get all day. It was just great positioning from him, and he took full advantage of it. Sloth, it's one of those. It's easy to miss people up on that top floor when droning, because you can't get your drones up there. You've got to start up there effectively, and if they keep themselves covered, very, very difficult. So no criticism on him, but great play from Sloth to get it. Now, that leaves us 4 versus 3. 30 seconds left to go. It is all down to Cowana still to make this happen as the attackers. They're inside. Kendra has got an opportunity to get the diffuser down here. Is he going to take it? Yes. He starts putting that briefcase down on the ground and activating it. And Arkic does find Sleben as well. 2 versus 4. It is all down to Draven and Prano. They've got a mountain of work ahead of them. They've really got to start getting through this. They need to find these 1v1s, and I don't know about that. Prano, he looks like he's off on the rotate here. He's going for a master flank, Des. He's trying to move his way all the way through. Oh, I was going to say shut down by an Arkic, but no, beats the man on the reverse angle. Draven can't find his man. With 20 seconds on the clock, it's very unlikely from here. 1 versus 3. Out goes the Nitro. No use whatsoever as Grizzly finds the explosive, then finds the man. Prano shut down Cowana. The round is theirs, and they keep themselves in touch, keep themselves fighting. 4-5 on the scoreboard now.
Prano is terrifying when he's on form. Holy hell, like hitting a shot like that, walking into a room where you have no idea where anyone is. Anarkic's got him in his sights as soon as he walks in the room, and Prano still wins his ones. A little bit slow on the uptake, mainly from Anarkic, but where I will give him a bit of a shout is when the execute started, I thought, man, these 2 smoke grenades are on the south side of the map. They need those where they're going for the execute right now. But what he very cleverly did was applied some pressure through lobby hatch, found the kill onto, I think it was Kendra, who was playing inside of supply, or laundry, sorry. And from there, it was like the fear of God was put into secret. Everyone froze. No one moved. They didn't know what to expect. And before you know it, the plant is down and Arkic's rotated back over to his team on the top floor, and everything's going well from there. It was a really good play by Anarkic up until the point when Prano won the 1v1. Either way, Cowana begin closing the gap. 5-4 now to Secret. Is this going to be yet another overtime game? And we've got to say, Ace, it has been the greatest addition this stage to have these overtime games, because look at how many incredible round 14, round 15 moments we've had so far.
Oh, I'm in love with it. There's no two ways, Des. It's absolutely fantastic. Like you say, we get into those overtime rounds. Both teams are picking something up when they really deserve it at that point, and we just have that tension and excitement of seeing a few extra rounds of this sort of glory, and you just can't ask for better than that, to be honest. You just really can't. On a Monday night, it's exactly what you need. Just a little pep up after you've maybe gone back to work. It's Monday, start of a new week, and you've still got 4 days ahead of you, but you know what? You've got EUL tonight. It doesn't get better than that when you're going to see action like this.
It's kind of cheating. It's almost like Friday evening comes a little bit early. You know, if you're really feeling cheeky, you might order yourself a pizza, sit down with a bevy or 2 and enjoy the games.
Oh, it's what it's all about, Dan. That's just living the good life. Now, we are in round 10. 30 seconds off the board so far. Again, aggressive approach from Cowana. They're not messing about. They're getting themselves inside quickly. We can see they are looking for a top floor clearance here. Very conscious of what's going on in and around dorms and Sloth. He's going to look to push, potentially supported by Grizzly, I think it will be, as Kendrew moves away. But I don't know if he's looking for the challenge on the rear stage stairs or not. He's actually moved himself back in now then. Are they aware of Prano? I think they are. Grizzly, he knows he's there, surely. He's on the slow peak. He's just having a look. He's waiting. He just needs to bide his time. Surely he gets the kill. Yes! Just manages to trace the man across and shut him down with a headshot. Kendrew double down, finds one onto Gonfi. 5 versus 3, and things are going well for Cowana inside round 10.
Oh dear, Secret starting to take these early round engages, probably realizing very quickly that they can't win all of them, and while they're losing the majority of them at the moment. 2 kills down, 5 versus 3. This is a massive advantage for Cowana with 100 seconds still left on the clock. They could play as slow as they want and still probably go on to win this round. That angle being held up for a second there by Hive. Well, contested by Hive, contested by Gorgona on the other end. Suddenly, no one quite connecting a kill as the bullets fly past each other like ships in the night. However, it does mean this upstairs control is now with Cowana. They've got, again, so much time to start looking for an execute here. Anarchic still holding out inside a trophy. Wants to be careful that Hype isn't going to catch him, but he's just seen him on the camera. He can go and position himself for this angle now, and this could be the freest kill of his life.
Certainly could. Harf moves his way up. Can he squeeze past? He can get the electronics. Oh, they're reliant on that. Grizzly finds Sleben, who gets Anarchic. So a quick trade coming in there. 4 versus 2. But what is happening with Hive? Shut down by Kendrew. Well aware that the Claymore maybe wasn't sufficient. Gorgona gets the diffuser down and activated. 1 versus 4. It's over in a heartbeat. As Sloth shuts down Draven with a headshot. Cowana, they level things up 5-5. And boy, have we got a game on our hands, Des. We're definitely going to 12. We might be going further.
I love what you saw in that round there. It's almost laid out on the screen for you and written. It's that obvious. They see the flank coming out of the Goyo up armory stairs and go, oh, wait, we're in a 5 versus 3. There are 2 on site. We're all alive. Let's just execute right now. So by the time the Goyo actually gets upstairs into armory and starts pushing through trophy, there's only 1 player left. Kendrew sat holding the long angle, knows that he's coming through trophy. The rest are in a 4 versus 2 on site, going for a plant, going for kills. It just goes to show how the smallest thing, like a tiny piece of intel on the other side of the map, leads to such a big call on the attacking side to say, yep, now is the time that we go. We win the round right here, right now. And Cowana showing great adaptation to information that they're collecting. As you say, 12 rounds are guaranteed, but Ace, this game deserves overtime. It 100% does. That's how much of a banger it has been to end Playday number 6.
Honestly, I could watch this all night, Des. I could literally. Let's up it to 50 rounds and let's really see. Let's see who's the best.
Away here, Ace.
Let's just keep going. I don't want this to end. Now, there's an interesting point to make here, Des. You picked up on it earlier. You said coming into the attack now, Cowana, they'd be able to dictate the pace a little bit more. If you remember, I threw a stat at you back in round 7 saying that Cowana in general, in their games, their average opening kill time was around 1 minute 15, over 20 seconds faster than the average for Team Secret. So generally speaking, they like to play quicker at the beginning. Now, for me, that kill time, that entry kill time, I've been keeping an eye on it, and it seems to have been coming down to me. And Cowana are just up in the pace, up in the pace, up in the pace. And Team Secret are being forced to play into it and to play at that speed. But if we have a look, the kills, they are starting to fall in the favour of Cowana, those opening kills. We've just seen Grizzly shut down Prano, backed up by Kendrew a few seconds later. And Team Secret are just more and more finding themselves on the back foot here. And they need to figure a way out to slow things down here.
It's like we said in the last round, really. They're kind of almost experiencing what Cowana were experiencing in the first half, where Cowana are very used to getting the entry kill and enjoying the kind of power they then have to roam around the map uncontested because the other side is back on drones, being slow. You kill all the utility off, therefore the execute is weaker due to no drones. It's almost like Secret are now feeling the same impact. They're losing 1 or 2 members very, very easily on the attacking side of things. And I think you just dropped that state inside of a mute, buddy. That's not going to go off yet. You need to get rid of the mute jammer on the other side.
Certainly do, otherwise the Claymore will have 0 effect at all. Kendrew just working on that attic clearance as the Maverick, as we've seen previously from him. Not to the greatest success as of yet. We saw it used well by Team Secret, but we haven't really seen a great attic push come in, or certainly not consistently from Cowana. Kendrew will gain access now as the reinforcement drops away. I believe he's also got, I think it's Grizzly or Gorgona over there with him. I'm not sure who it was, but they are going to start pressuring Gomfit inside of attic anytime now. Out comes the nade. ADS1 gets it. Now, will another follow? Yes, it will. And ADS2 will do its job. You do not need to worry about grenades unless there's a third, which there is. It takes out the Vulcan shield, and that leaves Gomfit exposed now. He's not going to take any damage yet, but he does need to be very cautious. But, Des, here comes Prano once again.
Oh boy, if he gets up these stairs here and pulls off a massive flank, or even just through the hatch would be enough, sees the man and gets the down to Kendrew. And like a child that's just robbed a sweet shop, he's pulling back down green and looking to get in more passive position. That's it, he's gone. He's way out of there. He's done his work and brought down Kendrew. Admittedly had no frags left, and Grizzly has now used his 4th. But a 5 versus 4. Sloth finding one from on trophy here. It doesn't matter what you say, but once he's in a power position like this, he can hit some heads. They come reeling up. It was a 4 versus 4. Prano finally brings down Sloth as he strikes again from the other side, goes for a challenge. It is tit for tat here, back and forth, and Narkit goes down. It's a glorified 2 versus 2, make it a 2 versus 1. Gorgona and Grizzly against Gonfi. Clutch or bust, it is bust. Grizzly in for round 11 for Cowana. They move up to match point. It's 6-5. This game is back and forth. My God, I'm living for it.
Surely Cowana cannot do this and bring it all the way back. They were 3-5 down. They now find themselves 6-5 ahead after 3 consecutive attacking wins, and they are having the run of things. Absolutely no surprise to see a tactical timeout coming in from Team Secret here. They, as I said, as maybe one round before would have worked, they have to slow things down because they are just getting caught out here. Unfortunately, I mean, what a shot from Prano. Team Secret, they're hitting the shots. They're playing well. Cowana are just playing better.
They are. It's honestly really strange to see a team be so commanding on the attack. And in a way, I say strange because there's been such a kind of weird variance between teams and even regions as well, actually. APAC, a region that we all knew as being APAC attack, a very aggressive attacking region, for the longest time now in this stage has moved to being very defensive sided because teams on the roam can cause absolute chaos. And there's almost an attempt between these two teams for defenders to be aggressive on the roam. But on the attack, the rapid shutdown in the early round is ridiculous. The defenders can't play the game they want to. They're kind of sat there having to adapt with information as it comes in about what the attackers are trying to do. Both teams look incredible on the attack, but quite shaky on the defense, to be honest.
I'd agree. There's a real chance that somebody's going to suffer whiplash on the back of this one, Des, because they're just coming in at absolute breakneck speed and just seeing what happens. They're heading for a chicane and they just don't slow down. It's just, yep, we're going to take this at full speed, and if we stay on, then great. And it really is just a roll of the dice to see what happens in that first sort of minute and a half of the round. Now, I get the feeling, given that it's match point, we might see a slightly slower push here. Cowana have been very aggressive at getting into the map. I think that will remain, but I think we will see that sort of 2 minutes to 1 minute 30 on the clock, mid-round sort of pause a little bit and just take stock, get ourselves prepped, let's find out where everybody is, and then go in and execute.
I'm really keen to see where their attack comes from this round as well, because again, we're seeing electrified. They've got the bandit batteries down here to, I think, protect the player that we were playing. I think last time round, it was Kendra when they were on the defense. I imagine here it'll be Gonfi playing behind, or playing in Shaiko's spot on the downstairs. They're going to have to clear that by either coming in through blue, pushing in via construction, or coming down big tower. That, or they abandon that plan altogether and go instead down through freezer. So I'm not sure which way it's going to position out. By the looks of it, they do want to start on the north side. So this is going to require a bit of a multifaceted approach here, I think, to be able to pressure the player that plays in Shaiko.
This could be it then. 6-5 to Cowana. We are 30 seconds in. We can see initial pressure from them pretty much exclusively to the rear stage and bunker area. It is all stacking up on the north side of the map for the time being. There's no pressure applied to Fleaser, no pressure applied to Laundry at the minute. They're going to clear out them rear stage stairs. We've got Sleben, we've got Gonfi looking to challenge. Sleben does have Nitro in hand, and it looks like there is a man just led down for Cowana on that sort of mezzanine of the rear stage stairs, and needs to be careful because if Sleben chooses to let go of this Nitro, it could be dangerous for Sloth. Out it comes. It will clear the Claymore at least, will not do any damage onto Sloth. He's manages to keep himself light on his feet there, just floating like a butterfly, Des, and it just prevents that Nitro from stinging like the bee.
Oh, he's just waiting for that head to appear, that black hat from the Maverick to appear, and he'll be going for it straight away, but not going to be able to find it. I was hoping maybe a C4 will come singing up, because that was a double kill just waiting to happen if he really wanted to be a chat about it and try and make a play. But with that being opened up, it does make playing, at least on the left side of Electric, a little more uncomfortable. They're slowly starting to remove these kind of pockets of safety around the pillar area and around Shaiko and somewhat in towards Elbow too. If they can get enough of that control, that's when Cowana can strike big. My concern again, though, is that they're leaving themselves a lot to do because of that electrified wall, and you've still got to worry about the roam of players like Prano. I was going to call him Shaiko then, who could come and cause absolute chaos on the roam.
This is the problem for me. I don't think Cowana are getting a good enough grip on these roamers. We saw Prano hurt them last time around with the wonderful shot up through Attic Hatch. This time, he's on the crouch walk. Once again, he's been spotted on the drone. Can the challenge come in? Yes! Sloth finds the headshot onto Prano, and that is the answer to my question, Cowana. They had that flank locked down with a drone, and that was absolutely perfect from them. Not a chance for Cowana. Here comes the push. push as they look to move in. Draven just holding himself tight. He's on the shot. Surely he wins. No, pre-fire from Gorgona. Beats him. Gets a second onto Sleben. 4 versus 2. 20 seconds left to go. Gomfi's down. It's all down to Hive. Surely this is too much for him to do. It is. He can't even find Kendrew on the laundry stairs. Multi-faceted push, Des, as we've been wanting throughout, and it proves successful once again. Cowana, they take a hard-fought victory, 7-5.
Medics is the absolute GOAT for catching all of these flank drones today so far. That final one, beautiful. Otherwise, you think it's off pure luck, but the positioning, honestly, just positioning of some of these drones, though, it goes to show just how valuable the utility is and not committing all of your drones to site is. If that wasn't there, maybe you get Prana coming up behind, he kills our big tower, they lose all their pressure onto Pillar, and that's the safety spot immediately for Secret, and that round doesn't go the way they do. We go to overtime, it goes the distance. I kind of wish that it had. That's what this game really deserved, because that I will say is one of my favorite games of the season so far, purely based on the attacking prowess of both teams. A real masterclass in how to attack Oregon. Loved every second of it.
Oh, a lot of enjoyment, no two ways about it. As I say, I could have casted that all night. I've just got one remaining question before we pass it over, and that is, it was a great flank drone from Cowana, but if you remember, Prano, first of all, was going a different route. He was looking at getting into meeting, and is that the fine margin between success and failure here? Maybe Cowana had that covered off as well. Kendrew was in there, but unaware of Prano. A question that will never be answered, but an interesting one nonetheless. Let's see what questions our analyst desk have got for us.
Thanks so much, guys. Yes, we're back on the analyst desk. And, you know, Secret, for a moment, we thought they had it. But then Cowana came back. Beautiful plays. And Gorgona was so happy today. You see Gorgona smiling here. It just puts a smile on her face. Another victory for Cowana.
I mean, yeah, they were a little bit disheartened in the middle. Obviously, they opened the game not in a great way. There were a couple of moments where things weren't going their way, and it just seemed like they didn't have a handle on Secret at all. And they were continually there and continually kind of locking down all the angles, the rotations, the routes. Everything seemed to be coming up Secret's way. The team talk, the turn of the half, the kind of getting their heads together and I guess rebalancing themselves. As soon as they started to find a bit of that success, Cowana were able to build around it. They were able to build some much needed confidence. And then I think that led to their smiles at the end.
Yeah, just talking about Secret right here. I know I've been a bit tough on them during the pre-game desk. But I want to give them something right here because they started off really strong. They managed to get 4-2 on the half. And I was like, all right, they have a good opportunity of taking a hit. This could be a 3-pointer. And of course, like I was saying, like, oh, what are they doing? There's no way they're going to win this. And suddenly they would win. Like, I would love to see myself been proven wrong there. But unfortunately, it slipped away from their fingers, right? They had such a great first half and they just weren't able to grasp onto the lead that they managed to create for themselves. And unfortunately, it fell away. However, the positive being is that there is that potential. There is the opportunity for them. Let's see if in the next 3 play days in the Super Week, they're going to be able to convert those into actual points.
Exactly. Next week is going to be so full of EU action. Monday and then the weekend for big matches in Playdays 8 and 9, or match order for the last couple of days on the weekend. Still TBD, as it all depends on the standings that we have by the end of next Monday. Though, Hapfluk, I'll be back to you in just a moment to discuss the end of the game. Let's have a chat with Gorgona. Durvesher Gorgona, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
It's great to see you smiling. Honestly, we were watching it through the game. I was seeing you had so many plays in this match. It was very impressive to see how you and the rest of the team are meshing. So how does it feel like to be the only Bulgarian team or Bulgarian player, to ever play in EUL?
I mean, it feels great. I don't think, nationality matters. It's just about wanting it and grinding your way.
Something maybe a lot of players out there, maybe some Benelux players or Italians would like to watch and think about in the future when they would like to qualify and play in EUL. Gorgona, you made it here with Cowana after going through playing in UCAN, playing in Challenger League, making it in EUL, and you've gone through the deep end, and today you get a victory and push yourself 3 extra points with the squad to put yourself in the top 4 in the last couple of play days of EUL. How important is that for you and for the organization? Because a lot of us, when we talk about newcomer teams, we just don't expect this sort of performance.
Well, I think, obviously no one expects us to do well. We're the newer team, we're the underdogs, but, we don't care. Like, we want to prove ourselves, we want to show why we're here, we want to win.
I'm wondering, what did Mr. Officer show you as a video this week?
Well, I don't think I'm allowed to tell you,
He's an old man at this point, so...
Yeah, it's not allowed to be shown on Twitch.
I can actually very much get behind that. So we're all waiting Cowana gaming matches because we want to see what Mr. Officer is going to be posting on Twitter before the play day. And man, today Secret tried to edit the video that he posted. Maybe it'll go their way, but Cowana was victorious. Talk to me about the start of this game, because we went to Oregon. It's usually this 50-50 map, and on the first half, you're down 4-2, where Secret were on the attacking side. So how is the team morale around that point? How are you trying to pull yourself back into the game?
So obviously, we're a bit frustrated because they did their homework. Props to their analysts. They countered everything we did. And on attack, they had nothing on us. And we knew, naturally, at least from our point of view, we're the better team. Mm-hmm. So we knew if we just played it slow, we took our time, we could execute, we could win the 1v1 gunfights, and that's what we did.
So what is it with trying to time pushes through elbow, through blue, and into basement? It seems like something Cowana is just very comfortable with. How did you get to that point? What sort of training are we talking about here?
Our method is usually we have a word, so everyone freezes the situation, and everyone's listening, and then we count 3, 2, 1, and everyone's on the same page. Everyone's pushing in.
I really just want to sit there on a scrim and see how you guys, or on a practice run where you guys just prepare for it, because the coordination and the timing for it, that you have to trust your teammates so much, and that's something you guys are doing great with. I gotta say, defeating Secret today gives you those 3 extra points. You go up higher and higher. Next play day, you go up against Virtus Pro, who absolutely smashed Train Hard today. Anything you'd like to say to VP?
Well, let's see if the Russian thing is gonna help them win.
I wonder how close they're gonna need to sit to the monitor in this game.
Yeah.
I'm quite curious. The 2 playdays after that, you guys are coming up against BDS and Vitality, 2 of the top teams right now in EUL. How do you get into the mindset to play against big name teams like that?
I think a lot of the confidence comes from the prep work, because when we know we're ready, we know we have everything figured out, that's when we can play to our fullest potential.
Right, fair enough. Gorgona, anything you would like to say to the Cowana fans, old and new, in the stream?
Thank you for always coming, rooting for us, buying our merchandise, buying our products, supporting us. It really means a lot for us. And thank you. I hope we can make you even prouder, can push SI, maybe.
I definitely, I want to see that. Honestly, I would be very, very impressed should that happen. And honestly, we've seen this with Empire, we've seen this with Vitality in the past, and pretty much the same action that you're doing right now. So I would not be surprised if something similar were to happen here on the verge of greatness with Cowana. Gorgona, thank you again for being here. Congratulations on your victory against Secret, for bringing it back on Oregon, and we'll see you next Monday against Virtus Pro. Good night. Here we are. Hap, Fluke, Gona, as usual, calm, collected, and beautiful smile.
I'm just wondering what Mr. Officer showed them now.
Can't give his
game away. I don't know, bro.
Apparently
can't give his secrets away.
Can you DM me, officer? Can you just show me the video? Maybe I need to.
You'll spread it to Benelux.
No, I won't. I pinky promise. Pinky promise I won't spread it to Benelux. It's very strong, So, okay. Sorry, Milosh, go ahead.
Oh, you know what? It's let's recap the day. Since we're here, let's take a look at the standings very quickly. I talked about Cowana, and we mentioned them, how important it was to get those points today, because they could really fight in the top 4, and here they are. I am so giddy at this every single time I watch EUL, because I cannot tell you how exciting it is to me that in the last couple of days of EUL in the very first stage in 2021, we still have no clue who will actually sit in the top 4 and be there. BDS are at 16 points, Navi at 14, Cowana at 12, 11 for both G2 and Rogue, 10 points for Vitality, 7 for Virtus Pro, and 3 for Empire, Trainhard, and Team Secret. All at the bottom, but so much fighting. I mean, the top 6 are 6 points in between one another, and in reality, they're really more like 4, because BDS is BDS, and they're, like, was it 1 game away from permanently solidifying their position in the top 2. So, pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive.
All the way.
And everybody can still make top 4, I think, if we were looking at it. 3 people, 9 points still to be given away. Number 4 currently has 11 points. There's a lot possible.
Nobody's giving away any points, Hap.
They've been taken from them.
Exactly.
There's still an opportunity for everybody in this game.
Positivity gang, by the way.
Yeah, Jess is gone, so someone else needs to be the positive one right now, right? Like,
That's true.
Positive?
Positive?
Sometimes. I think today it was a bit. Obviously, we saw some teams show up that otherwise hadn't. Virtus Pro and Empire, I think, most notably able to pull some points. And in the case of Empire, pull a win. And in the case of Virtus Pro, pull a full win. And I think when you're looking at those two teams that were, previously on the bottom of the board, now it's Secret that are sat at the bottom. But they're tough opponents, and they've been able to put in fights. So it's still all entirely up in the air for the final 3 play days.
Definitely so. You know what, Em? Maybe it's time for us to talk about that next play day and what could be in order for it. So why don't we start with pre-shot? Let's go. And pre-shot, the segment where we prepare for our next Playday. Gotta love the view, as Mira would say. Des, Hap, Ace, and Fluke on the desk. Des, let's have a chat about our next Playdate, because we got 5 games. Jess has abandoned us, as usual.
Yeah, just shoot Des.
So
you guys can...
Good luck, Des.
Just make, guys. It's done.
Do all 5.
See you later.
Bye.
Train Hard Empire, Des. Why don't you walk me through that one?
Oh, well, Empire actually looked pretty good today. I think that surprised everyone, seeing them coming out and beating G2. Hate to think of the number of Twitch prediction points that were lost off the back of it, but Trainhard still looking a little bit shaky, to be honest with you. That, to me, does probably still look like an Empire win.
I definitely can agree with that one. VP versus Cowana. Now, Virtus Pro showed us some excitement today, but Cowana keep on and crack the top 4. The Vana Ace, what do you think?
Honestly, could be the game of the day. If both of them teams come out and play the way that they did tonight, that is going to be absolutely off the chart. I am really looking forward to it. Who wins it? Toss a coin. Toss a coin, it probably land on its edge, because that's how close that is.
Toss a coin to your analyst. Ace, up next, G2 versus BDS. I think this is yet another game for the history books.
It's really tough to call. Obviously, G2 got beat by Empire today. It seems like in those classic matchups, maybe they struggle a little bit more. BDS, they're on a roll and a tear. They just dispatched Rogue, who were on a roll and a tear. It would take a lot of kind of pulling their heads together for G2 to pull it back. But also, from the results we saw today, it's so hard to predict. So it should hopefully be a very good game.
Very quickly, I'm looking at chat right now, and they're spamming something again. For once, I think it's pretty
about
good.
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
for once I get something.
For some reasons, I usually don't have chat open.
Just for some unknown reason.
Can't imagine why.
But yeah, it's since that Milos has signed his contract with Ubisoft, he's revolutionized Siege.
I don't know what you're talking about. So let's move on to our next game, Navi versus Rogue. What do you think about that, Hap? Huh?
Yeah, well, I think there's two game of the days there today. There we go. The first one being G2 versus BDS, and the second one being Navi versus Rogue, because you have the complete top 4 playing against another member out of the top 4. So a lot is going to be shifting throughout those 2 days. And Navi Rogue is also going to be an important one. Navi today put to bleed. Rogue, of course, put to bed. So who's going to be coming better off the loss that they just managed to endure?
I mean,
Bed an awful lot there.
he's very sleepy, honestly.
I'm very sleepy. It's 12:30.
It's you who's going to bed, I think.
It's me that's going to bed in about 15 minutes from now, yes.
Well, let's try to drag it on as much as we can for your sake and for
20
the
minutes in
production
that
team.
case.
So, Vitality versus Team Secret. Honestly, with Vitality's return, Des, what's your thought?
That's another one. I think you give the edge to Vitality. I think they looked really good today. Secret have shown again that they can't really defend, but are pretty good at attacking. And with the new kind of look they've found, the new role changes around, it really clicked on attack. If they can fix the defense, that's another candidate for game of the day. I know I said VP Cowana was good. G2 versus BDS is our official game of the day. Na'Vi versus Rogues, they're all just good. Like,
or Trainhard Empire.
Game
The
this
Playday
season that
is
just hasn't been fun. It's such a good play day. And looking at it, I think on paper, I wouldn't have thought that at the start of the season. But now, given the context, there's no game on there that I don't want to cast. It all just looks amazing.
Well, thankfully, you won't be casting all of them. And as you said, Des, G2 versus BDS is our match of the day. So unless they're all Oregon, that's pretty much all you got last year in 2020, as far as I can tell. And looks like you got a couple more with Cowana, UNACE, over the past couple of play days. So here we are. This is literally the final play day before our super weekend of EUL Rainbow Six. And we still have no clue how it's going to end up by the end of, 10 days from now. So I am so excited to see what goes on there. Any highlight players actually that you saw off of performance today? Just kind of an open question.
Oh, I'll give it to Prano. Honestly, like I know I highlighted him a lot last year. I thought he had really good entries today. For a player that has really struggled to find his fit, kind of moving again into like a supportive role previously, putting him back on the entry today, you can see why he's just irreplaceable in that position. It's a real shame for Gonfi, but Prano looked honestly fantastic on the entry spot today playing the Ashe.
I think Cactus had a pretty good game as well. I think some of the shots he hit were pretty like, oh, nice shot.
Are they spiky?
Yes.
Best Maestro player we've got in EUL at the minute, I think. He's phenomenal on Maestro.
Really likes that Aldo.
Aldo go better?
Yeah, indeed. Goes just like Ace spreadsheets, so...
I'll never forget that video. It's the
it's the best video.
So it's just where he sits there like, let's get over to the desk. Spreadsheet go. Yes, Ace, that is such a you thing.
Not even joking.
I expect him to lean over to his monitor, stroke the top of it, and just go, precious. And I'm just like, okie dokie.
Not even joking. That's actually what happens. We all jump to another Discord to all sit together and talk about the game. And Ace just goes on, which one did they ban? And then he edits his little sheet just to make sure that we all get the information. It's so cute. It's so cute. This is what it's like to have a team of people that actually care and work together. So we're gonna keep it up here when we're all in Paris. That's gonna be
APAC thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
It's only one thumb, remember? That's what they do.
Oh yes,
I'll do a
like
thumbs
one
up.
in front of your face.
I don't. In the breaks, I just mute and go like down. I don't care.
I am new analyst on desk. Read my thumb. It tells you everything you need to know
look,
the game.
It's just his forehead.
Too much.
It's just his forehead.
She rejoined
hairline.
to this album.
Oh my god.
Matt talking a while. She can't.
Wait, yeah, she is here.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jess, but I actually am not. So here we are, everybody, at the end of the show. Big shout out to Jess, of course, joining us in here. Hap, Des, Fluke, and Ace. If you want, ladies and gentlemen, you'd like to tweet at us your information. Maybe we'll have some segments in the future where we take some of the tweets and talk about them. So tweet at us, #R6EUL, and we'll make sure to show them on future streams. Same goes for APAC with its own hashtag. Speaking of which, APAC will be back on Wednesday, but we've only got 2 more APAC days and they will be played this week, so make sure that you're ready in the mornings for us around noontime here in Europe. You can come in and watch the games with us because, man, it's looking so good at the top. We're going to talk about nationals and the whole shebang. Until then, thank you all for being here. We love you so much. Good night.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes and showing what it means to level up.
Now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my